It is 6 o'clock, and I would like to call to order the Tuesday, February 10th, 2026 regular micro meeting of the Waukegan Board of Education. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Fabian. Present. Ms. Anna.
Yes.
Ms. Lensing.
Present.
Mr. McBride.
Present.
Ms. Ramirez.
Yes.
Mr. Riddle. President Rodriguez.
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum. Principal Silva, would you please do us the honor of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? He's right.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Okay, next item on the agenda is opportunity for public comment. Is there anybody here that would like to address the board? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Hannah.
I just am concerned about the micro meeting and how it's being held at 6 o'clock. And we do have opportunity for public comment, but I am wondering if the public knows that our meeting where they have the opportunity to speak, how knowledgeable are the public for that?
Okay, well, just so that you know, every meeting that we've had public comment before the closed session, I have actually moved public comment down to after the closed session. So that, and I'm going to ask, that was one of the things that I was going to bring up tonight's meeting.
A permanent
That I'm
change.
going to ask that it be moved down in the agenda, so that, because we don't have any people here. But
nobody's
if you
gonna wait for
notice-
the hour.
If
I
you've
mean,
noticed.
look at the
every-
trend. Yeah.
Every meeting that we've had, I've always asked for public comment
At both.
after we reconvene.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, because it just, the way that it looks, that may look to people is that we're trying to do this to keep people from speaking. And
That's
I don't
right.
want to do that. That's why I always ask for public comment after we reconvene. So, as long as we're talking about it, I was going to talk to Superintendent Mr. Alajakis this evening. Can we do that, please? Move the public comment down to after we reconvene.
Number 7.
At 7 o'clock, so that we will
I'll
be
make it
asking
the
for
new
public
6.
comment, not twice in one meeting, but once, when we do have a number of community people here at the meeting.
Yeah, it would be the.
Do we,
Yeah, so
I
after,
don't think that we,
after 6.
I don't
it'd
think we
be
need
the
a
new-
motion to do that. I've been doing it all along. If you've noticed, I've been asking if there's anybody that wants to address the board when we reconvene. But I think it just doesn't look right
Yeah, instead
to
of
have it
making
at this
4.
point in the agenda. So
Bump it down to 6.
with the board's approval, I will continue.
We will, yeah, and you, Mr. President, you're able, you set the agenda, so you're able to put that where you want.
Yeah, well, I haven't really been involved in setting the agenda, but I do have we as a board do have the authority to ask for a change in the order. So that's what we're doing at this point. I don't think we need to put this to a vote, do we? I mean, we're all pretty
No.
much in agreement. No, just a matter of,
It just makes sense.
just a point of order. It makes a lot more sense. And as I said, because I've noticed that, and I have felt the same way all along, I've been asking for public comment after we reconvene.
Yeah.
When
have.
we have a room full of people,
Yes.
okay?
Well, and to that, it allows people to not
Sit and
sit
wait.
here for an hour. They can just come
Yes.
right before our 7
Right.
o'clock start.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And I don't know if it makes sense to have public comment twice. Probably doesn't.
No.
No, I think just be clear at the next
Yeah.
meeting that for the micro, we've moved it
To the, when we open
And
this
for
Um,
open session.
For both meetings, we need to make sure that it's after closed session. How
Well,
is
it is
how
in the
with
regular
meeting?
business, in the regular business meeting, it is after.
Okay,
It's
But
for
it's
this
in this-
micro,
Just for the
it's
micro meeting.
not. But
Yeah.
I think we just need, because we've had Miss Briscoe say before and other community members have concerns about the change in which we are doing our meetings. So while we're saying it yes during this micro meeting, it would be helpful at the regular business meeting 2 weeks from today, that we restate that in our micro, we have moved, so that people don't come here at 6 o'clock expecting public comment.
Yeah.
And then learning then that it's moved to 7.
Or if we
And-
send
and
out
they haven't been doing
communication and
that.
just
Or-
say,
yeah.
Okay,
we're here every second and fourth at 7 o'clock.
Right.
That's easy enough.
And now, if someone could clarify for me, please, okay? This is a regular micro meeting.
Yes.
Are we going to be voting
Yes.
on things?
Yes.
Yes.
This is
In
a
this
regular,
micro
this is a
meeting.
regular business meeting. I'll tell you what, we can go into
So,
discussion on
yes.
that afterwards, but we need to get into closed session. We have a lot on the agenda, and I don't want to keep people waiting here at 7 o'clock. So we can bring it up again when we reconvene. At this point, I would like to ask for a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of discussing matters that fall under the following categories that are exceptions to the Illinois Open Meetings Act. Exception C1, personnel matters, specific personal appointment, employment, compensation, performance, and dismissals. 2, negotiations. Exception C2, collective negotiations. Legal matters. Exception C11, actual or threatened litigation. C1, specific personal compensation.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Riddle, second by Ms.
Second.
Hannah. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes?
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Mr. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. We are now in closed session.
See you.
crowd out here. We got the Wow girls out here and guys. Bam and Wow.
Okay, we're going to get started. It is 7:02. The board met in closed session this evening at 6 PM to discuss matters which fall under the following categories, which are exceptions to the Illinois Open Meetings Act. Personnel matters, exception C1, specific personnel appointment, employment, compensation, performance, and dismissals. Negotiations, exception C2, collective negotiations. Legal matters, exception C11, actual or threatened litigation. C1, specific personnel compensation. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to go into open session.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Riddle. Second by Ms. Hannah. Do we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Lensing? Mr. McBride? Ms. Ramirez? Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. We are now in open session. Okay, next item on the agenda, we are going to have opportunity for public comment. That came earlier in the agenda, but since we don't have any substantial amount of people at the opening session before they go into closed session, we have decided that we are going to, going forward, have the opportunity for public comment move down to the, to when we come back into open session. And in the past, even though we have, it's been in the first part of the meeting, I've always allowed anybody here who came for the open session after the closed session to talk, anybody who wanted to address the board. So do we have any names on the sheet, Steve? Great, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, when I call your name, please come up to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and give your name. The first one is Teresa, is it Lippo? Okay, come on up to the podium, please. Okay, if you want to speak, you have to be at the podium, even just to say that, because we need to pick it up. This is being recorded.
No, you didn't get.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Teresa Lipo, and I'm with Youth Guidance. And I am here with a number of my colleagues and the students we serve. And we were hoping to have the opportunity for a few of them to speak with you tonight. If that's
Okay, what, that is against our policy to have a speaker defer to another speaker. So if they want, they can speak, but I will give you an opportunity to sign your name on the sheet, and then you can come up and speak. I want to make sure that anybody that wants to speak has the opportunity.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
And
Thank
you don't have to use your whole 3 minutes. So if you wanted to say something, and then that we'll call the next person up.
Sure.
Just so you know, but you do not need to use
You
your
don't
whole
need,
3
right,
minutes.
you don't need to stretch out to 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, I will
So
not
I'm
do that.
gonna,
I know time is probably of the
I'm
essence.
going to put the
so
sheet right up here.
Thank you.
Thank
Can
you.
we-
As our next,
Anyone who would like to sign up to speak, please, oh, you got it in the back?
you have another sheet there? Okay, let me just read the first name. Is this Ngozi Harris?
And I will put the sheet here along with the pen, and if you would like to speak, please sign your name, and then we will call you next.
And I couldn't quite read the name. What is your first name? I said it right? Well, good, thank you. And
I'm Ngozi Harris. I've been before you guys before. I'm one of the directors of the Working on Womanhood program. I'm not going to use all of my time because we really do want you to hear from our young people who came to just talk about the program and its impact on them, and specifically Tutu. She's going to go up there too and sign up. Yep. Just to talk about the impact that the program has had on them. So I'm going to leave it there, and then they're signing up, so they'll come and talk about the program.
okay, can I read the next name, please?
I also want to let you know that during student achievement, you can speak and you can ask questions. So
you
the
Randy?
students at that point, if there's questions from the board, will be able to address the board also.
Okay, thank you.
then
Next
also
speaker is Randy Guadarrama. Come on down.
All right, Randy.
My name is Randy Guadarrama. I'm a member of BAM in Youth Guidance. I've been in BAM for 3 years, all the way from 6th to 8th grade. BAM has really helped me a lot, especially with my role model coach, or Mr. Allen. That's helped me a lot, and he has taught me to be a better person, mature more as a person, and he's helped me a lot through growing up, basically, and maturing more. And he's also a very good wrestling coach.
All right.
And
Great.
that'll be all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see the next? Nicholas Alejandro San Juan.
Also, if you can say the school that you're representing, I do know that you're representing Smith.
My name is Alejandro San Juan, and I'm coming from Edith Smith BAM Youth Guidance. BAM itself has helped me a lot through growing and maturing as a man myself. I feel like we all go through our own independence and growing up. BAM has helped steer me in the right direction a lot during that. And I'll keep my mind out of the negative things that might impact me during my growing up stage. For most people not in the youth program, I feel like they might be steered in the wrong direction by peers around them. BAM helps guide us and keep our heads straight forward on a brighter future. Helps keeps our minds in the game, helps keeps us focused, helps to just guide us to an overall better person. And I would like to give a special thanks to Mr. Allen for he helped me during private times. He helped guide me through when I needed him to hear most, and he was there when I needed a shoulder to lean on. BAM itself is very impactful, and I'm sure if you were to ask any of my other peers there, Edith Smith, who goes to BAM, they'll tell you very much the same thing. BAM is very impactful and has helped us a lot. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next name on the list is Bria Curiel. Did I say that right? Good, thank you.
Is it okay if I read?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bria Curiel, and I'm currently a junior at Zion Benton Township High School. I started my education at Little Fort Elementary in Waukegan, and then went to Jack Benny Middle School, where I was introduced to the program, working on womanhood. During middle school, I was a part of a group called WOW, which became a very positive influence on me all throughout my years at Jack Benny. Middle school can be a very hard time for a young woman, and especially since you're learning about confidence and how to learn and about yourself, especially when you're at that age in middle school. There's pressure from school, social media, parents, and peers, and also expectations about how you're supposed to look or act. This program gave me the opportunity to learn more about myself and to grow as becoming a woman. Working on womanhood has helped me build confidence and to understand my self-worth and feel comfortable with being myself. It also taught me how important it is for girls to support one another, and it gave me a safe space to learn, to grow, and to speak up. Programs like this are important because they help students in ways that go beyond academics. Not every student has access to these conversations or support, and having them in school can truly change lives and help out girls who need to talk to someone or need a group for support in whatever they are going through or whatever they're trying to celebrate. I believe working on womanhood should stay in schools because it helps girls feel confident, supported, and it helps prepare them for the future. It truly made a difference in my life academically and personally, and it can continue to help many others. I also want to give a big thank you to Ms. Ocampo for asking me to be here and to present and show my experience with WOW.
Right.
Thank you very much. Allison Soldo? Allison? Having trouble reading the last name. What is that?
Sonido.
Sonido, okay.
Sonido.
Now I see it.
Hi everyone, my name is Allison Sonido. I attended Jack Benny Middle School, part of the WOW program. I'm currently at Cristo Rey St. Martin College Prep in Waukegan, which I recommend to everyone. I loved WOW, the program. WOW taught me so much of my self-worth, taught me how to be a confident young woman. It helped me with hard friendships throughout the years, as some of the girls that I attended WOW with are here. And I love how we were all together. We were able to form bonds and friendships that you won't find outside of WOW. WOW is helpful for like many women in school. Middle school is hard for growing teenagers, and I think having someone, especially like Miss Ocampo, it's a great time. She's a great person, and WOW helped me figure out that we were actually related. Yeah, and so I think about her all the time when I'm with family, and I think of WOW all the time. I would love if WOW stayed in these schools because it will help many young women like me build their futures, build their self-worth, their confidence, and that's all I have to say.
Good, thank you, thank you. Sarah Callejas?
Sorry for my loud shoes. Good evening to everyone. My name is Sara Callejas, and I'm speaking on behalf of many girls in the community who love and appreciate the WOW program. I previously attended Jack Benny Middle School, and I'm currently a sophomore at Woodlands Academy of the Sacred Heart in Lake Forest. I'm the oldest of 5 daughters, a student, a small business owner of 4 businesses consisting of sweets and decor businesses, a graphic design business, a face painting business, and a choreography and dance business. A little about my background in relation to the WOW program. In middle school, I developed depression and anxiety, and I felt alone at school. Despite the many friends that I had, I felt like I had no one to talk to, no one to ask for help, and no one in my corner. Ms. Ocampo, the WOW representative at Jack Benny, despite not knowing me well, and before I even joined WOW, constantly checked up on me. She gave me advice and included me in WOW activities, lessons, and small groups. When I was alone in school, crying or upset, she was there. It took almost no time for me to realize that Ms. Ocampo was someone I could rely on and trust. Not only did she help me personally and emotionally, but she also helped me with schoolwork and focus. WOW helped me build many life skills and values, such as setting goals for myself, setting boundaries and standards, communication skills, and ways to improve my intellectual abilities and academic skills. Up until that point, I had felt so helpless and alone. I really thought there was no way out, no way to change things in a positive direction. With WOW, I realized that wasn't true at all. WOW taught me the power and limitless potential we women have. Thanks to Ms. Ocampo and to this program, I was able to receive the help I needed and improve my life in so many ways. Ms. Ocampo to this day still reaches out and checks up on me. She asks about my businesses and supports them, and she still shows really clearly that she does her job because she truly cares about us girls. If I had to name my biggest supporter in the community outside my family, I would without a doubt speak of Ms. Ocampo. I believe WOW should remain in Waukegan to help girls find a place of belonging, a non-judgmental space, and a community of other girls to see that they are not alone. WOW is so beneficial in so many ways, and I would love to see my younger sisters someday be a part of this program and experience how beautiful it is to have a community of supportive women. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I truly hope that WOW is kept in our community.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the next name I have a little trouble with, it looks like the last name is Quinn. What is the first name? Katara. Oh, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I have a little bit of anxiety, so please bear with me. I just want to say maturing takes a lot of growth and mistakes, which I've made a lot growing up just here overall. I would say that I am a very outspoken person, but before WOW, it was more disrespectful than respectful. And it took a lot of growth and the lessons they teach us to know about like self-love and self-respect and accountability that I now take. And I just want to say that the program is very beneficial for me because it created the person I am today, the positive role model that I am to other people, and the leadership that I carry. And I'm still learning as I go, but I really appreciate this program and what it has done for me.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this River Lane?
Good evening. My name is Mr. Lang. I'm one of the school counselors at Brookside. I know many of the students that have talked today and have seen them grow over time. And I would like to say that it has been an absolute privilege working with our BAM and WOW counselors. I get to see them almost every day and work with them very closely, and the impact they have on our students is apparent, and it is a privilege to see them every day, and everyone that knows them and sees them work on a day-to-day basis knows that the social emotional support they are providing to our students is at the highest level. That is all.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay, and the last name, I can't make out the first name, but it's Hill. Last name is Hill?
Oh. Hi, Mr. Hill.
Oh, okay.
How y'all doing? My name is Quinell Hill, or Q Hill. I'm the culture and climate specialist at Jack Benny. I have some notes, but I'm gonna just speak from the heart. When I first came to Benny, I was trying to understand what the difference was from our WPS 60 counselors and our youth guidance counselors. And as I started to talk to the students, understand their roles or how the students operated in the building, I learned that the students, they'll go to their counselors when they had scheduling issues or something was going on where they were referred to the counselors. But when it came to life issues or social emotional problems, that's when they seek out our youth guidance counselors. Our youth guidance counselors, they speak to them not only from their curriculum, but from their experience in life as well, which helps the students not only work through life overall, but also in school. Middle school is a challenging time. They're coming from elementary school, moving to high school, so they're learning how to not only be good in school, but also how to manage their emotions, manage their feelings, manage their changes going on through life. Our counselors, Mr. Smith, Mr. Allen, Ms. Gardner, Ms. Ocampo, and Mr. Brown over at the Washington campus, I've seen their impact with the students overall to the point where students are talking about them over summer break. They're looking for them and they can't wait to go back to school just to see their counselors. I had a meeting today with a parent and I talked to the student. I said, who can you trust in our building? And he said, the one person I can trust is our WOW counselor. And it was a boy. So that just shows that not only is WOW just focusing on women or BAM focusing on boys or boys becoming men, focusing on our students overall as a whole. Working on the discipline side, I can see that our counselors have an impact when it comes to discipline as well. If I'm having a student who's having a difficult time, he doesn't want to open up, I'll call in our WOW counselor or our BAM counselor, and that student will open up automatically, saying, oh, I'm familiar with this person. I can not only do I know this person, but I'm emotionally attached to this person to where I can open up and I can share my experiences. I can share what's going on with me. I can speak deeper to where I can talk to people that's in the building, but I know this person on a deeper level because we have one-on-ones. They're always free to talk to me. They always come down and check on me in class. I know that when it comes to our counselors, they have a certain protocol and they have certain restrictions or certain schedules they have to stick to. But I've always seen our WOW and BAM counselors go above and beyond to not only talk to them in school, but after school, during the summertime. They have their numbers or emails to talk to them whenever they can. And there's students who even email them over the summertime to reach out to them and see what they can do or what can they solution that they have to have for their problems that they have going on outside of the school settings that we have. So I love BAM and WOW. I hope that it stays in our district. I've seen it impact myself with my job. It helps my job become easier. So I hope that BAM and WOW can stick around for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Moving on, item 7, purchases and contracts, I see none. Item 8, personnel items.
It is recommended that the Board of Education deny a Step 3 grievance number 2025-10 filed by the Teachers Union and authorize the district superintendent as the board secretary to notify the union president of this decision in writing within 10 school business days of this decision.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle,
Second.
second by Mr. McBride. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian? Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Unfortunately, yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. 8B,
It is recommended that the Board of Education uphold the superintendent's decision and deny the appeal uniform grievance complaint number 25/26-16 under the board policy 2110 and direct the superintendent as the board secretary provide written notice of decision to the parents within to the parties within 5 school business days.
Motion to approve.
motion approved by Mr. Riddle, second by Ms. Fabian.
Yes, sorry.
Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries. Item 8C.
It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the administration's recommendation for dismissal of a tenured teacher administrator for cause as being in the best interests of the district and its students, and suspension without pay pending completion of dismissal proceeding, if any, and adopt and authorize the board president to sign the resolution setting forth the bill of particulars and assignment of legal counsel should a hearing be requested.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr.
Second.
Riddle, second by Ms. Ramirez. Any discussion on the
Fabian.
motion?
Ms. Fabian.
Oh, is it?
Fabian.
Okay. Second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Yeah.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries.
This matter involves Ms. Susanna Martinez.
Thank you. Item 8D.
It is recommended that the Board of Education engage the law firm of Hodges, Louisi, Essenhammer, Rodick and Cohn LLP effective January 28, 2026, and authorize the general counsel to sign the engagement agreement. Preliminary cost estimate is between $25,000 to $35,000, pending on the number of witnesses and documents to be reviewed.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle,
Second.
second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on this motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
No.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries. Item 8E.
It is the recommendation of the Board of Education to authorize the superintendent or her designee to approve the one Cook School staff member to attend the Broadway Teachers Workshop in New York, from July 9th through the 13th, 2026, at an estimated total cost of $3,037.20, which includes registration, lodging, travel, and meal per diem rates.
Motion to approve.
Motion
Second.
approved by Mr. Riddle, second by Ms.
Lensing.
Lensing. Discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
No.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries. Item 8F. Personnel.
It is the recommendation that the Board of Education accept the administration's recommendations to approve the appointments, retirement, and accept the resignations and terminations as found on schedules F1002, L949, T317, and G660, except the second name on the schedule of F1002, appointments of certified staff.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by
Second.
Ms. Riddle,
Second.
second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Lensing.
I would just like to thank Mr. Dan Hill for, one, not only bringing a prestigious award to Waukegan with being Principal of the Year recently, but also the many years of service you've given this community. I'm very sad that you are leaving us, but I wish you well.
I'd like to make a comment.
Thank you,
Oh.
Mr. McBride.
Well, that creates. Yep. Okay.
As well, Mr. Hill, hate to see you leave, but you know, there's brighter rises on the other side, and sometimes we have to take them to benefit ourselves. But before you left, I can say you benefited the district. I remember when you was over at Clearview. It was almost like starting from a cotton sack to a Cadillac. Then you went on over to the high school. And when you got to the high school, you made it possible for your picture to be on the building, so that meant something. So congratulations in your near future, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hannah?
Yeah, good luck, Mr. Hill, in your endeavor. You did great while you were here. I remember working with you at Abbott Middle School, and you have promoted yourself all the way to high school principal. So good luck to you. And I'd also like to give honors to Miss Katie Bettner. She has been an educator in our district for many years in special education and exceptional educator. And so she will be missed as well.
And a strong advocate first.
And strong advocate for our students.
Any other comments?
Just a quick comment too. I mean, you've heard it, Mr. Hill. You've touched so many lives in our district and stood up and moved where we needed you. I know you love Clearview and Abbott and all those schools, but you kept moving when the need arose, and we thank you for that, and we wish you all the best in your new position that'll start next year or later this year.
Is Mr. Hill here? I don't see him.
No, I've been tracking. I was like, wait,
He's
people
not
making
here.
eye contact? I haven't seen
His
him.
son will relay the
He's not here.
messages.
He's not here, but he's listening.
His son is
You
writing
see
them
him
down.
blushing if he was here.
He's listening.
His son is
And
back
if he is
there.
Yeah, his
listening,
son will
he'll hear
take
this.
notes.
And I just want to say, Mr. Hill, we wish you the best.
Yeah.
You deserve all the good that comes to you, but we're going to miss you.
Yes.
And I'll just
are.
say we had fun times at Clearview and ditto what everyone else said.
Roll
Oh,
call
yes.
vote, please.
Absolutely.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. Item 9, financial reports.
It is a recommendation of the administration that the Board of Education ratify the 1st February 2026 of board bills, manual check request payments, and Old National Bank insurance payments for the period of January 21st, 2026 through February 3rd, 2026. The accounts payable board payments for the period of January 21st, 2026 through February 3rd, 2026 total $906,287.48. The manual check request payments for the period of January 21st, 2026 through February 3rd, 2026 total $608,412.10. The Old National Bank insurance payments for the period of January 21st, 2026 through February 3rd, 2026 total $1,729,152.19.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Mr. Riddle.
Second.
Second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on that motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Pass.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. Okay, student discipline matters, I see none. Board member time. Ms. Hannah.
First, I would like to say that we lost a coach that I am familiar with because he was when I was in school, coach when I was in school, Mr. Bob Jor. We lost him, basketball coach in 1975. Mr. Jor worked with the students at that time, and we were the Class AA super sectional champions, and he coached people like Haywood Campbell, Chris Calhoun, Gregory O'Brien, and an NBA player by the name of Jerome Whitehead. And my prayers go out to his family. Condolences. Also, I'm sure that the other board members received a notice from ISB regarding the share the success panel presentations for the 2026 annual conference in Chicago. And as delegate, I was wondering if anyone is interested, any one of our board members or all of us are interested in developing a presentation a presentation proposal to submit to ISB where we can be a part of the presentation panel. And if so, then, you know, you guys can let me know. I'll let the board president know. And then we can, if we have to post it because it's more than 2 or 3 board members, then I'm sure we can get that done. To all the students that are here, and past students that has had the privilege to work with BAM and WOW, I'm glad that they have helped each of you in the way that they have touched you. I am hoping that my questions get answered that I have for the organizations, but I see that it is having a positive impact on some of the students. We have many more students, and I am hoping that that BAM and WOW will be able to touch many more students, the students that are not the ones that will reach out and ask for help, the ones that are hidden in the background that will not ask for assistance and that they need it very much. And so if there's anything that you all can do to touch or reach out to your peer classmates and seeing that they need some help, refer them to BAM or WOW and tell them that they can get the help, not to be afraid, not to be ashamed, embarrassed to ask for help. And that's what I, if it's working for you all, reach out and have it work for those that are not going to reach out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Mr. McBride?
I just want to say that I've heard the students come up and they talked about the impact. I was listening to little Quinn, how she said that she was outspoken, but when she got with BAM, she was able to tone down her attitude because of the fact there was information shared with her through the counselors of BAM on how to know when to hold and when to fold without getting in trouble. And I thought that was very, very impactful for you guys to be able to give that information to students. And overall, I can just say keep doing what you're doing, and then not only that, the young ladies. Again, like you said, middle school. I work at Zion Benton, and I know y'all have a lot going on and a lot of growing up to do. But at the same time, in order to do that, you need to have the support to help you, give you the information to help you grow up. And I say that because of the fact I was wild at one time myself. I ain't always been sanctimonious.
You still wild, y'all.
But anyway, BAM, anyway, I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Ms. Ramirez? How do you follow that?
We still have to watch Mr. McBride every once in a while. First and foremost, I'd like to say congratulations to Ms. Jones and the Face Department for our wonderful Black History Gala. last week. It was really wonderful, really I really enjoyed everybody who was out. And that being said, the FACE department is looking for anyone who is willing to participate in collaborating with them to plan both the Asian American Island Pacific Month celebration and the beginning of our planning of the Hispanic Heritage Month celebration. Congratulations to our Lady Bulldogs bowling. They took 4th place. I know bowling has never been one of my biggest fortes, so woohoo, we're singing in there. Great episode today of Beyond the Bark. If nobody missed it, I love when kids are in front of the camera and we get to hear the story from their eyes and not always our eyes. And then parents, it's that time again to talk to your kids about the seal of biliteracy. I know we have tons of kids and tons of families who are not taking advantage of the seal of biliteracy, because I know we have tons of bilingual students out there and biliterate students. So if we can start talking about it, we can get more of our students to graduate with that seal, because I know a lot of us qualified and we're just not looking for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Riddle.
Yes, 2 things I would like to say. One is thank you to all the men and ladies who spoke to us today. It means a lot to us up here on the board. The programs that we approve, we don't know for our district sometimes if those programs are having a powerful effect. And it takes courage to come up here at this microphone and tell us about what you think about is what is happening, what is important to you. So I am very pleased that you took the time and came up and spoke to the board about what you know is important for yourselves, has been important to you, and will be important for others who follow in your footsteps. And then secondly, I want to say something about democracy. You know, you've heard this before. It's not a spectator sport. You have to get involved at times. We all have to get involved to elect our leaders, to elect those who we put in charge. And sometimes those folks, we disagree with the way they're running things. And I'm actually very proud, even though our staff had nothing to do with it, we weren't involved at all, but we have leadership in our school from our young people who felt the need to get involved and make a statement about what is going on in our society. So I want to thank you, everybody that was involved in making your voice heard. I think you are the people who we care about, and we are going to be turning over power to you in a few years. And so it's very important that you be involved in democracy and understand it's not just there. It's not just always going to be there unless you fight for it. So thank you very much. And if you hadn't read a comment about that, I know it was very controversial on social media. I thought Austin Cantu really nailed it right on the head when he spoke on social media. If you look at it, he really talked about giving our young people student voice. That was what took place. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riddle. Ms. Lensing.
Buckle up, everybody. Yeah, so I'm going to be a bit lengthy, but I do want to commend all of the students that came to the podium. You were well spoken, you had a message, you were clear, you were direct, and I loved everything you guys were saying. Very true that girls need to support each other, women need to support each other. Within the structure that we live, it's so easy to start infighting instead of collectively banding together to get done what needs to get done. So I love that that's something that you're taking away and that you're building. One of my favorite things. Okay, so with regard to our student protest, a couple of things. So November 22nd, 1963, my aunt was sitting in her 4th grade classroom halfway across the country when John F. Kennedy, who was our 35th president, was assassinated. The lesson was stopped. The teacher informed the students, just like other teachers throughout her school and schools across the nation. Their discussion ended with public school children being led in prayer for him and his family. September 11th, 2001. I was sitting in Miss GH's chemistry class when the teacher, Mr. Newby, across the hall, came in to tell us that a plane had hit one of the towers. We were ushered into his room to see it on TV. Our eyes were glued to the screen as the second plane hit, and shock carried us from class to class that day. I had to write it down because this is going to get... So March 20th, I don't remember the exact day. I'm sure our school administration knows, but as a parent, we were just surviving. My daughter started 15th. My daughter started her first virtual lesson in kindergarten, home because of COVID-19. The March 13th, 2020. See, I don't even know. The pandemic resulting in staying home for the greater good and public safety. Since then, it has been one major societal event after another. May 25th, 2020, George Floyd's murder was broadcast for the world to see. My children were too young to know the history of Trayvon Martin and Emmett Till and the many names in between, but only too young because of our privilege. January 6, 2021, the Capitol insurrection, a riot on the nation's capital. February 24th, 2022, Russia invades Ukraine. October 7th, 2023, Hamas incites violence in Israel as retaliation of decades of tension and terror between Palestine and Israel. September 9th, 2025, Operation Midway Blitz radically increased ICE presence and violence in our local community, in the broader Chicagoland area, and across the nation. And of course, the consistent through line of school shootings for which the adults are not taking the necessary steps to ensure these children are safe, but are offered thoughts and prayers in lieu of action. I say these things because our children have had little opportunity to be just that, children. My aunt's experience was drastically different from mine because although both of those events brought this nation together in a sense of unity, I saw it with my own eyes. Skyscrapers full of people fall. A plane full of passengers with no opportunity to escape crash into a building. In real time. Our children's experience is drastically different from mine because they are constantly seeing it in real time. You know what they are seeing? They are seeing ICE agents using children as bait to get people out of their homes. They are seeing ICE agents hitting, biting, and kicking people even when they are restrained. ICE agents using banned chokeholds and holding people down by the neck after they're restrained. ICE agents are dragging people by their hair. These children are hearing reports of ICE agents sexually assaulting people. They are seeing videos of ICE agents jumping out of unmarked vehicles in unidentifiable attire, a lack of a uniform, and pulling people off the streets. They are seeing ICE agents murder people. Keith Porter, Renee Good, and Alex Preddy are the biggest names in the headlines. They are constantly seeing content where ICE agents say the following, and one of them has been in the news, so I'm going to excuse my language now, but I'm still saying it. You raise your voice, I erase your voice. Have you not learned from what just happened? It's like Call of Duty. So cool, huh? 5 shots, 7 holes. Put that in your books, boys. And fucking bitch after murdering a woman attempting to drive away. They are hearing our federal officials claim that communities are safer for it. In reference to ICE activity across the nation, they are hearing the President of the United States claiming to target murderers, rapists, and gangsters, only to see the math ain't mathin' when at 14% of those detainees have actually committed violent crimes and have violent criminal records. Especially when POTUS himself has been convicted of 34 felonies in New York and accused of the very same crimes he is purporting to deport individuals, quote, the worst of the worst for. These children have a president that has said these ICE raids, quote, haven't gone far enough. Based on the information available to me, 2 of our high school students led the charge and organized this walkout within 2 days. They spoke to the governor, our senators, and our mayor. I applaud Mayor Cunningham for working with these students and ensuring WPD, so our Waukegan Police Department, was available to help these kids stand up for what they know is right. I've talked to my own children about what protest looks like and the need for it to be organized, peaceful, purposeful, and of course, safe. It's not an opportunity to get out of class. It is a protected right under our Constitution. My preference is that the adults lead the charge and allow space for student voices. The fact that our children are hurting And from their perspective, not seeing adults handle this issue swiftly and effectively brings such anxiety for them. One of their signs, which many signs across the nation for other student-led protests, said, "My parents fought for our future, now I fight for theirs." Take a moment and process that. My parents fought for our future, now I, a child, fight for theirs. While families fear the indiscretionary actions of ICE in our community, the then Border Patrol Commander at Large, who's since been removed, play rock, paper, scissors at our local gas station. He's been critiqued for his outfit similarity to that of a Nazi soldier, but it's undeniable that it is an indication of increased militarization of our immigration enforcement. What emotions do we expect our children to have when all of this is constantly at their fingertips? They are seeing something and they are saying something. If we as a community want them in class, then they need to know we, the adults, have got this. They haven't had a normal childhood and they are demanding better. It is time for the adults we have elected to do something about it. And as a gringa that was born and raised in and by this community, I am proud of our students. Now, I think the whole board was copied on this, but there was an email we received that called for the removal of district staff that, quote, organized and led students at our high school on a public march toting a crucifix with POTUS hanging from it. I want to be clear. This protest was student-led. The district has a firm commitment to ensure our students are safe and remain safe and in the classroom. I can certifiably state that principals are doing all they can to keep our students in the buildings, and in several instances, clearly detailing those expectations. I denounce the insinuation that our, quote, teachers and staff directed those children to call for the assassination of the President of the United States of America. I understand some may see Trump's image artistically depicted as Jesus on a crucifix as blasphemous, minimalizing the trials and tribulations, sacrifice and suffering of Jesus Christ. Another interpretation of this imagery is a reflection of how Trump views himself, comparing himself to this religious figure, or how his supporters and critics either idolize or criticize him. In my personal opinion, anyone drawing that conclusion that our student body, teacher influenced or not, is calling for the assassination of Trump is ignorant to art's role in political movements and activism. And let me be clear, I am ignorant to many things, but that does not make me less than those that are well-versed in those areas. Art is a powerful tool for activism. It is meant to evoke emotions and start conversations. With that, what the adults need to do is to check themselves. Take a beat for some introspection and question our emotions. Identify those cognitive distortions. Get curious about the intensity of our feelings and their implications. Art is a way to challenge authority, foster solidarity, document history, and appraise our morality. Reacting to false information further divides this country, this community, and I've had my fill of it.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Ms. Fabian.
You didn't know you came for 2 sermons today.
Yeah,
right. And I've been openly speaking about these issues. So I'm going to reiterate some of the things that Ms. Lensing said and some of the things that I've said in the past. But I've seen several comments in regard to our student-led and student-planned protest. And I want to remind our community to, again, please verify your sources before posting and reposting falsehoods. Again, teacher, staff, the district, nor the board led this nor encouraged it. However, we know the safest place for our kids is at school, and therefore, safety being our priority, the district did make families aware of the protest through several communications. And they worked with our safety team to keep things orderly in and around our buildings. Students who did not want to participate were allowed to stay in their class with their teacher and continue with the school day. That being said, I believe learning comes in various forms. This moment created an opportunity for student leaders to emerge and work with city officials. It also provided their peers with an opportunity to demonstrate civics in action. I am appalled to see so many negative comments about our students, children. While not everybody may agree with the message, adults should be role models on how to disagree respectfully by sticking to the issues and the facts and not resort to name calling or spreading falsehoods. I am very proud of our students, as I know civic engagement and awareness are critical skills in adulthood and for advancing our society. The kids were calm, they were organized, they had speeches planned, and they used their First Amendment rights on a social issue that is directly impacting them, their families, and our entire community. So I want to send another reminder that our kids are watching, listening, and reading what we as adults do, say, and write. So be careful with your words and your actions. Be a role model. Don't dismiss our kids because one day they will be in charge and we want them to lead with kindness and respect. And history has taught us that it has also been the youth to lead changes for our society. From 1903, March of the Mill Children, to the 1957 Little Rock Nine, to the 1960 Greensboro sit-ins, to the 1989 East LA school walkouts, and in more recent years, the Black Lives Matter movements. Children, students have led those changes. Again, together we are America, and the only thing more powerful than hate is love. Dr. King said something similar. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. So on a lighter note, I was able to meet a little mini Martin Luther King at our at our Black History Gala, getting all of the things crossed today. It was one of our preschool full-day children, along with his sister, that presented, and they did such a magnificent job. And I want to also thank not just the students, but their parents who came out, who bought their outfits, helped create all of the posters, and ensured that they knew their routines. They did a wonderful job doing their presentations. And I will say the student performances were spectacular. The kids did an amazing job, and you can tell they really rehearsed for it. So thank you to everyone who went into the planning. I just also want to be mindful of our costs when we are doing big events, because we do have our own auditorium that has enough seating for everyone, especially when we're being mindful and looking at costs across the board like we are tonight. That said, happy birthday to Mr. Lincoln, who again could teach us so much in today's world. It's history repeating itself. Happy Valentine's Day. Continue to spread kindness and love. If you see someone sitting out by themselves, join them, encourage them. And I believe it was Miss Hannah that said, reach out to them and send them, encourage them to join BAM or WOW or seek some other counseling. Also, happy President's Day. Don't forget, no school on the 16th. And early voting is now. So now is the time, if you are able to go out and vote so you don't have to wait in long lines. If you have not registered yet to vote, there is still time. Those of you who are 17 and will be 18 on Election Day can also register to vote. A lot of our seniors, again, if you're 18, please, just don't take it to the streets. Make sure you take it to the polls. And last reminder to fill out your FAFSAs for those seniors who are going to graduate in May.
Thank you, Ms. Fabian. Okay, I received an email from Superintendent Placencia on February 2nd. Good evening, Mr. Rodriguez. This serves as my notice per contract that my evaluation must be completed by April 1st. Please let me know what possible dates will work for this to take place. I'm going to turn this over to our calendar committee to work on setting this up. We have till April 1st. It's not a lot of time, but it is enough time. On February 5th, I attended the Black History Month Gala at the Genesee Theater. Wow, what a beautiful event that was. I was there before it started till after it ended, and it was just so nice to see the whole community coming together, not just adults, but children, people from outside the community, some amazing Waukegan graduates that are doing just outstanding things. You know, people talk about Waukegan and say and look down at it and talk about how nothing good comes from Waukegan. Well, we can definitely disprove that. We have so many great graduates that have done amazing things and are doing amazing things, and we need to start showcasing them because they do us proud and they really dispel a lot of the negative talk that we hear around us and that some of us sometimes participate in. We have to get rid of that mindset and realize that Waukegan is a great community. We've had many great people come from Waukegan, and so many people out there that we're not even aware of that are doing amazing things. There's a beautiful article in the New Sun on Monday by Mr. Saden about the gala, and I was just amazed. I didn't realize that Black History Month has been going on for 100 years.
Wow.
I didn't realize that.
I didn't realize that either.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing. I'm only 79, right?
Why are we putting people's ages out there? Let's just stop.
Okay.
I'm
There was
forever
also
29 if
another
ever.
article on the front page. Big headlines, we have to stop what ICE is doing. This was another article by Mr. Steve Saden, which talked about the student demonstration. And I've had a number of complaints from people in the community talking about how we should be ashamed of ourselves for leading this event, for organizing it, for pulling students out of school when they should be in school, and giving us all the blame or credit for what the students themselves put together.
Right.
This was just a lesson in civics, okay? First of all, this is not a political forum, okay? We are not here as board members on the school board dais to talk politics, and that's not what any of us intends to do. But this is a lesson in civics, and our students came together and did this on their own. You know, I remember growing up, my father always used to tell me, you know, I want to make sure that you have everything you need so that when you growing up, you won't have to go through as much as I did, as we did, as much suffering as we had coming up. And that's the same way that we were with our kids. We told our kids, we really want you to have it better than we have it. And that's what every parent wants. And we look at our children now and we tell them, yeah, we want you to grow up in a world that's better than the world was when we were growing up. And now you look around and you see all the things that are going on. You know, it's also on this front page of this paper, two beautiful articles at the very top. Couple charged in death of 8-year-old.
Yep.
Same paper. This is the world that our kids are growing up in. And they see so much going on. And a lot of the young people say, why isn't somebody doing something about it? You know, they look at us, the adults in their lives that are supposed to be the ones that have everything under control, that are going to protect them, that are going to make sure that they're safe. And they see the school shootings and they see the ICE raids and they see all the things going on. And they say, why isn't somebody doing something about it? And yet we hear thoughts and prayers. And we hear a lot of excuses. Well, we can't do anything about it. So guess what? They don't want to just sit back and wait for the adults to do something that they don't see as being done. Things aren't getting done that they feel need to be done. So what are they doing? They're taking matters into their own hands. These are children, technically, legally, they're still children, but these are young adults. These are the young men and women that are going to be our doctors, our lawyers, our teachers, our superintendents, our administrators, our mayors, maybe our president. And they have decided that they're not going to just sit back and wait for somebody else to do something. They feel that by raising their voices and showing how they feel and showing what they feel is not right and what they feel is unjust can make a difference. And you know, I'm kind of an idealist. Growing up, I always felt maybe I can change the world. And people tell me, oh, you can't change the world. One person can't change the world. Well, there are a lot of people that did change the world, individuals. But even so, maybe I can't change my world, but I can change that part of the world that I have influence over. I can change that part of the world that I live in, that I'm involved in. That part of the world for my family, for my neighbors, for my community. And this is what these children are attempting to do. They want to use their voices. They want to use their energy, their enthusiasm, their sense of right and wrong to make a change in the world. And for that, they're being criticized. For that, they're being villainized. You know, you want to say when I'm done or right now?
No, well, I can. I'm working in Zion, so don't just blame it on Waukegan. The kids in Zion walked out too. Yeah. And they all walked out for the same unity, same reason.
For the
Waukegan
same
walked
reason,
out.
yes.
But my question is, I was always asked, what are they going to accomplish? Then I had to turn around. What do the adults accomplish?
Right, exactly.
What do they accomplish? I think the same reason the adults do what they do is the same reason the kids do what they do, for somebody to recognize that somebody cares.
Let's take a lesson from history. All men are created equal. Okay, what did that mean? That meant all white male landowners.
Yeah.
That's what that meant. Okay, all men are created equal. And so the country went through a number of years, and with that as their guiding principle, still owning slaves. And then the Emancipation Proclamation, when was that, 1863? And that document was signed into law, and all of a sudden, slaves were free, and all men were equal. And so, of course, that solved all the problems, right? Not really. You know, you go into the 20th century, and in the 1950s, you still had schools, 50s and 60s, you had schools that were segregated, and people with darker skins than the others that were attending the school were threatened because they wanted to go to school at the school that other people their age were going to. And so we had Little Rock, Arkansas, and some of the various universities that were integrated. And so, of course, that solved all the problems, right?
As well as right here in Waukegan too.
As well as right here in Waukegan, okay? And then that didn't solve the problem, so 1974, the Civil Rights Act. And that, of course, meant that going forward, there would be no more racism, right? No more discrimination, because we had that law. So it's not, this has been a long-term situation. And what has changed? What has brought about all these changes? It's been the people. The people that have stood up, Dr. King, Rosa Parks. People that have stood up for their rights and the rights of others. And that's what our children are doing. They're saying, okay, I'm not supposed to walk out of school. It's wrong. But you know what? All these other things that are going on are horrible. Violations of human rights, human liberties, human life. So you compare all the things that they're protesting against, which are horrible, horrible things. Outrageous things. On the other hand, they walked out of class. What a terrible thing. Compared to all the things that they are protesting against. I just want to make it clear for the record, we didn't have anything to do with this. The board didn't. I had nothing to do with it, although I've been asked to resign because of my participation in this. I have, yeah. Well, they're giving me credit I don't deserve. I had nothing.
Yeah,
I
I get
had
it.
nothing to do with
I
it.
got the same credit.
And these children have done something which I am proud of. I'm very proud of. And I think we all owe them a debt of gratitude because they are not just speaking up for themselves, they're speaking up for all of us. They're speaking up for all of us who feel helpless to do anything. They're speaking up for all of those who are too afraid to do anything. They're speaking up for all those who maybe are on the other side of the fence. But they're speaking up for all of us, for human rights, for dignity, and for all of our futures. And for that, we owe them a debt of gratitude. And I think that's all I'm going to say. And with that, I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn, but don't go away. We have 2 more meetings tonight.
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Mr. Riddle to adjourn.
Second.
Second by Ms. Lenzing. Can we have, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
We do it?
We're going to take a 5-minute break? or-
Yeah, we are going to take a 5-minute break.
What you did was good, but I was telling you.
You got some good kids. You really do. Some really outstanding kids. Thanks for everything you're doing. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started. Would all the board members please take their places? Okay, it's 8:15. I would like to call to order the February 10th, 2026 Student Achievement Meeting. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Ms. Hannah,
Yes.
Ms. Fabian,
Present.
Ms. Lensing,
Here? There's like
Ms. Ramirez, President Rodriguez.
Here. Okay, everybody is present. Discussion items for possible board action, I see none. Information items for possible board action.
Yes.
Dr. Cesario.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, members of the board, colleagues, community members, guests. Welcome to Student Achievement Meeting. Our first item is item A, renewal of Laserfiche licenses, and this is used by the district to maintain our electronic records. This is a renewal.
Did we?
Item B.
We didn't do the.
Dr. Cesario?
We didn't do the approval of.
Can I interrupt you, please?
You sure can.
Skipped right over the approval of the meeting minutes. Okay, this will just take a minute. We need to approve the minutes of the meeting of January 13th, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle.
Second.
Second by Ms. Lindsay. Any comments, corrections, changes to the minutes? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Ramirez, Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. McBride, Ms. Hannah,
Yes.
Ms. Lensing,
Yes.
Ms. Fabian,
Yes.
President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries. Minutes are approved. Thank you. Dr. Cesario, please
Sure.
proceed. Thank you.
I think I left off on item B. I don't know if there are questions about item A.
No.
All right. Item B is also renewal of Sophos endpoint contract. This is the antivirus protection that is used on all of our staff devices. Again, this is a renewal.
Right.
All right. Item C, something we're all excited about, and we know we've had a lot of chatter today about it, is the renewal of youth guidance, BAM WOW, for FY27. And so Ms. Hannah has some questions.
Yes, I have been keeping up with this contract from the very beginning, and I want to know if wait, just hold on, because I wrote it down. I want to know if we are paying for the organization's operations in Chicago, and what documents can you provide to us to ensure that this is not the case? Because I know I've read there were some parts in the information that you provided us, and it was some of it referenced Chicago. Well, I want to know, and hopefully with the concurrence of the board, we can get documentation that ensures us, Waukegan Public Schools, that we are not funding the program in Chicago, but only for Waukegan.
So,
and one more thing, there was in the work plan, I don't know where it was, but yes. The budget assumptions, I am the thing that I have issues with is the 15% of direct costs. What does that mean? That needs to be itemized in terms of what we are paying, and you all are now asking for $288,419 for indirect costs that you haven't itemized. And so we need answers. Now, I know that these things are on the agenda tonight for our information, but I certainly would hope, Superintendent, that we can get these answers before we are asked to approve this.
Ms. Hannah, we'll get you those answers and we'll ask for an itemized list of what you would
The
ask for in
indirect-
terms of the budget assumptions and the indirect
Indirect
cost.
No,
50% of direct cost.
No, excuse me, sir.
Sorry.
Okay, let me see that.
Oh, sorry. One moment. There you are.
Okay, look, the budget assumptions are spelled out up to the indirect cost. There, it just says indirect cost. What is that? What does that mean?
We will look into that, circle back with you, and I will also have our general counsel look at the contract that we have with them.
And just to add, usually the standard, I believe in most grants, is a 10% and not to exceed that when it goes to indirect costs. So why are they asking for 15?
15, right. And so, that's why I have questions. It's not that I'm being, negative or anything. I just want questions because see,
a lot of money.
This is money. This is our taxpayer money. And it's our job, my job, to be, to ask questions and to know how the money is being spent.
Ms. Lindsay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Miss Fabian was first. I'm
sorry, okay.
I'm going to piggyback off of Ms. Hannah. I want to say I believe we all heard the students' testimonies, all of the counselors' testimonies, our staff's testimony, and we all believe the program is great. I myself had a student that went through the program, and it is a great program, and I don't think any of us is denying that. I don't think anyone is taking away from the success of the program or, the fact that the students love it and the staff are seeing results. What we're questioning are the dollars because it is very expensive, and when you do the math, for the amount of students that they're serving, we're spending about $2,000 per child. And so when I'm looking at this, when we when we do a contract with a provider, that provider generally brings everything and we shouldn't be paying for certain things. So for example, professional development of the staff and conferences of the staff, that I feel should be provided by Youth Guidance because they provide that for all of their staff, right? So that it's consistent. So why is that charge being put onto the district? Things like the curriculum, that's their standard curriculum. Are we talking about the materials specific to our kids, or are we paying for a curriculum that is also utilized by all of their offices that, again, I feel we shouldn't be paying for? And I think that's what Ms. Hannah's concern is, that if it's something that's general, Youth Guidance should be providing and we should not be paying for. So same thing like office supplies, phones, indirect costs, things like that. Again, the company as a whole the organization should be bringing that, and we should only be paying for the things that are provided directly to our students.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay.
I'm curious to see when we have Kathy look at or Ms. Vanderbroek look at the contract, what our approaches when they don't necessarily have staff. So I want to know, did each school have a counselor for BAM and WOW for that school at the start of the year? Did it come at Q2? Did it come at the second semester? Because we are paying this bulk amount of money. I don't believe, and I could be wrong, we have contract language for what if we don't have the staff to fulfill that site? What happens to those funds, right? I agree with the sentiments that I love hearing from the kids that this is beneficial from their perspective. I think our job is to make sure we are financially responsible with the funds. So are we maximizing the services? Meaning, are they at capacity at each individual school? I believe last time I asked that question, they were like, we're over. So I'm curious, and what is the engagement? Are students consistently coming, which I'm anticipating? I'm not going to say that. Are they consistently coming? Are they coming with irregularity? Those components just build out that fuller picture. And the other question that I have is with the student characteristics. Technically in our district, we are all free and reduced lunch eligible because we provide that to our students. So I think we need to understand what metric this is really measuring. Like, what are they using to give these percentages? Because they're not all 100%. You know, we have like 99.1, 99.4. So I just would like to know what metric they're using for that piece. Yes, Superintendent.
May I make a suggestion? I hear a number of questions and I am capturing them.
Yeah,
and
I
I know
can
you guys
email.
are thinking through them as you're asking them. May I request that any questions you have, I did capture these, but I'm going to ask that you, if you wanted to add more or not, can you please email me these questions? We will get all the questions answered and email the board back with our responses. Today's Friday. If you could, yeah, Tuesday. If you can get them to me by Thursday, so we have some time to give you guys some time. So if we could just set Thursday, if you can send your questions, we will get them all answered and get them back to you. In the meantime, I am going to have Kathy look at the contract. I also want to ask the director, Miss Teresa. I'm going to say Miss Teresa, if she would like to come up because I think she wanted to add some insight. And I don't want to put you on spot, so you don't have to come up right now. But if you feel you want to come and answer something, please know that the mic is here. Would you like to say anything? Okay, come.
Some of the things that you have asked about, we will definitely get back to you in writing. But there's just a few things that I think Ngozi and I could quickly let you know about. In terms of the issue around, are you paying anything, you know, in terms of services in Chicago? The answer to that is no. This budget is 100% Waukegan. All the staff in this budget are people that are devoted to your district. All of the other costs are things that are being spent here. So I can tell you that.
Can we get that? Can we see documentation?
Sure.
Yes,
We can get you that.
We need
yeah.
documentation
Sure.
for that, yes.
We can absolutely do that. We can get you the names of the staff, and absolutely we can get you that. The other thing I just wanted to also mention is this is a reimbursement grant, so we invoice for this grant and we only invoice for services that have been rendered. So for instance, if there's a vacancy in a school, you're not paying for that. We're only invoicing you for the staff that are working for that quarter whenever you're being invoiced. So I did want to make sure to mention that as well. We can get you a breakdown of the indirect costs. That is a standard indirect cost rate that we use and many other organizations use. That covers things like our HR team, accounting, our data reporting, a lot of things that are in the background that provide you with the information and the infrastructure around the program. So that's a pretty standard indirect cost rate that we use and a lot of other organizations do as well. And it's 15%. I think somebody might have said 50 at one point, but
No.
No, we said
15.
15.
Okay,
But
great.
usually
Yeah.
the standard is 10 from what I've seen at the state level, and so that's why I'm questioning why it's so
Well,
high.
the federal de minimis rate is 15%, and I think almost all of our state, you're right, that different governmental bodies use different rates, but most of the government agencies that we work with do use 15%. I'm not saying that we can't talk about that and give you further explanation as to what that covers, though. But that's just the explanation of why it's presented here. So, and I don't know if Ngozi had some programmatic things for us.
No, just that
This is about the money.
right, and sticking strictly to that. Just that all of the costs that's associated with the grant, what Waukegan District pays for, it doesn't cover all of the actual costs of implementing the program. It is mostly the stuff that staff that work here that we incur for them to work here. So when we talk about the computers, the phones, that's the cost that we incur to have that person. We don't have extra computers, phones that we keep on just because it is a non-for-profit. So anything that is charged here is because somebody is working here. And it's just the direct cost, and we absorb some of the other costs. So this isn't even the full cost of the program. This is what is we do standard with our school districts.
So when you all first came to us, you all started at 600,000.
But that was just BAM.
That's what?
That was just BAM. That was one program.
Yeah, okay. And so, and you took a while to get all the staff and everything like that. And then we were presented with a $1.2 million proposal.
That, go ahead.
And
So I just want to interrupt really quickly because, so we expanded the services. We expanded the number of students that we're serving and the number of grade levels. So that was one of the things as we were scaling up. So we were trying to, at that time, accommodate for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And so we were using BAM and WOW as a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 intervention and support. And so we started smaller, and we did just start with BAM, and then we moved into WOW as well. So we did increase. Do you want to?
And for context only, there was, you are correct, onboarding of some staff, but it was the will of the board that BAM does acknowledge that they would try to hire from Waukegan, the surrounding community first, and then expand to Lake. And I do know that they did work really hard to try to ensure that they were hiring locally. So I want to add that piece in there because that does give context to why at times it may have been more difficult to fill that position.
that would.
We will. So thank you.
Can you not dismiss them just yet? I have one more question.
Right.
The only other thing I wanted to add is our budget, we deliberately kept it level this year. The only thing that has changed in the budget from last year is a cost of living increase for our staff. All the other costs were kept flat.
I have a question on your report. I know the report gives us the rate of attendance for in school, and I think Ms. Lensing alluded to this. How are you counting the students? So, for example, it says that you served, I believe, 661 students in BAM. Are you counting them if they come once and never come again, and that student is being counted as 661? Or do you have some sort of threshold of they have to attend a certain percentage of the program to count? Because a one-time touch point, I feel, may not make a direct correlation to the other statistics that you're showing.
Absolutely. And yes, there's a threshold. I don't remember BAM's off the top of my head. For WOW, they have to attend past the intro session and into the value session. So they have to be into self-awareness. They have to be coming with some sort level of consistency. And so we have ones that we touch just individually, ones that we touch in different capacities, brief encounters like that. That's a certain number. And then the participant and for what you're talking about, there are certain thresholds that they have to meet. And I see my BAM people coming up to explain.
I mean, for BAM and WOW, right? Like, I just want to know that
Yes,
there
they're
is,
gonna tell you.
it's not a, I talked to you for 5 minutes, and so now we're going to include you in the count, right?
No, it's none of that. Once we get past our 4 weeks of orientation, student attendance is taken every week because we meet the students once a week in group. But we also do individual services throughout the week. We have special services in some cases in different schools. So the attendance is taken weekly. So that number is a running number, and we keep track of it. So if it's 666 today and tomorrow is 652, I'm trying to find out as a manager what dropped. Did somebody leave? Somebody get kicked out or something like that? But that's a running number.
Okay.
We can't provide the thresholds for, we serve them once, we serve them multiple times. We will provide that with the follow-up information about the budget as well.
I think Ms. Lenzing's had her hand up for a while.
Oh, Ms. Fabian captured it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Hannah.
Okay, now, and when we approve, BAM to come in, Ms. McBride, I need your help. We were concerned, very concerned, about the students that were, that were having the biggest struggles in the schools. And I'm still waiting on those students to come in numbers like they came, like the students came today. Okay? And we were talking about our lowest struggling students, the ones with the highest discipline incident, and where are those students? Those were some of those students that I was referencing when I say those are the ones that don't reach out to you all.
Let me, Miss Hannah cutting through the chase. I'm gonna cut through the chase. The bottom line to it is, tonight, what we seen, all the students express themselves, and I was well pleased with what they said. But what Miss Hannah is saying, out of all those students, you didn't have an African-American child in the bunch. You had one, and that was Miss Quinn. I seen her. But when you first came, when we first hired BAM, the reason that we looked at to hire BAM is because a lot of our African-American children had a lot of dysfunctional behaviors, and we were trying to find ways to touch them. And BAM, we seen BAM, and we looked and said, well, this is what we need. This is I think this is the program. But when you come and do your presentations, there's no African American students. So I do know that not just in Waukegan and Zion. I work for Zion. We got a lot of kids that's running around with issues. And I'm with in Waukegan. I know because I'm getting the reports and whatnot. All the issues that we have in expulsions, IEPs, all of that. And I think this is not the first time. I think this has not been brought to y'all attention. But apparently, it don't look. It appears to be that some reason they're not coming. Now again, maybe I'm missing something. So whatever I'm missing, and I know that it was being said that they don't want to come. We can't get them, and we asked them to come, and they don't want to come. But I contend to say that as a counselor, and that's my job to be able to circumvent those behaviors and get them here. So I'm done. But Miss Hannah was kind of beating around the bush. I'm just going straight forward.
Good evening.
The breakdown, it's 76.5% Hispanic, 18.3% Black, 68% Hispanic at that was at Benny. At Brookside, 68% Hispanic, 23% Black.
What are the numbers, sir? Let me just tell you something about Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah don't care nothing about percentages.
All right.
They
so
can be, please put numbers
53
to them.
students for BAM at Benny, 62 students at WOW for Benny. Brookside has 127 WOW students and 125 BAM students. So to answer your question, African American kids.
I didn't say you didn't.
Okay.
My point is my point is, if you are, and then you have an impact, just like you bring the other students to talk about their development, I don't see them coming. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I said maybe they're, I don't know. I can't get transportation hills. I don't know.
No, that was part of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with something, for you.
Yeah, I just want to add that we can't put that onus all on them because the parents also have to bring them to these meetings, right? And so it's a partnership between the parents as well if they want their child to come and present and they bring them to the board. But I think maybe what might help is if that doesn't occur, maybe have some students give some qualitative, notes of how they feel so that then you can review their sentiments.
Another option that we can do, which we have previously, is we've invited the board to go see BAM and WOW in action. I know Mr. McBride has taken us up on that. I believe a few board members have taken us up on it. So if you'd like to see it in action, Nick will send out an email where we can set up and you guys, the board can visit one of the schools to see it live.
Well, I've been over to Brookside, and I've also been over to Benny. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, with all that you're doing, you got to figure out a way to, like you said, even if you remember, like you said, well, maybe like you said earlier, sometime even when I'm not working, I'm calling them and talking to them. Maybe you may have to be the parent sometime. Get them here. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. McBride.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
I'm Malcolm Smith. I'm the person at Jack Benny.
Right.
And we talked before when you said what we needed to do. So according to what you started doing, I started dealing with all kids in the school in the morning. I come there at 6:30 in the morning. I run the cafeteria. I do check-ins with every single kid that comes through that door. I look at what they're doing. I'm an anger management specialist, and I work with diverse learning too. And we have just started a diverse learning class at Jack Benny. Even though our leadership there has been a little off because we had to switch administration, but we still working as a team. Our dean was here, Mr. Hill. We just now getting started. He's young. We work hand in hand with any student who has an issue. Even if they're not in BAM or WOW, if they have an issue, and I am the person who is the anger management person, they get mad, I come. If I'm in diverse learning, if they got a student in diverse learning who has fits and beats themselves up or something, and I am the person, I fill in. Because our tier 2, tier 3 team, we're a family. We've been together for a while now. We've been changing kids' life. But it starts in the 6th grade, and it's a process. You don't see them here right now, and that's my fault.
Right.
Because before I did bring more kids. Today I didn't. I just had my dean come. But believe me, we are servicing more kids than just that. Yes, ma'am.
It could be just me. I'm not trying to put words in other people's mouths. It feels like there's a tone shift, and I don't want it to be interpreted in a way where we're trying to be aggressive.
No,
I'm just saying some things because I don't want it to be perceived. I could be the only one in the room feeling this way, and that's totally fine. We just want to make sure that we continue to have the highest quality services provided to our students. So these are the additional questions that we as board members have. I do see that in your commentary, like you're talking to all kids. Are those kids folded into this 30,000 number you have with brief encounters? or those brief encounters only those engaged directly with the
Brief
BAM
encounters
WOW?
and stuff come from only kids that are in program participants in our program.
Okay.
The other thing is the school service.
Yeah, and
It's a school special service. If the school needs a special service, we don't have to write the child's name down or something like that. We say we did a special service for Jack on 1 or 2 students, something like that.
Okay.
Because I have students that come in who have psychological problems.
Yeah.
Problem.
Yeah.
And so they might not have nobody who can deal with those type of people. So I'm gonna have to fill in, because we can do it up to 5 times. And then we have to have permission to keep going. So I can see a kid without him being in my register. I just can't see him more than 5 times without winning his trust. But I win my kid.
And I love that. And one thing that I'll send to the superintendent too is it's not directly stated in here. I could have missed it with our students reporting to you, because it is a very big focus of our wellness and our safety committees about vaping and substance use from kids. If that's coming up, I think I would like to see the data around any impact the services have made towards making better life choices or healthier life choices that set them up for success.
Also, keep in mind, it's not a mandatory program, it's all voluntary. And we need parental consent. So if kids don't bring those consents, you cannot. Yeah, if the kids don't bring the consents in, we can't service them. And then if they don't want to be in it, I can't twist their arm and make them be in it.
But I can win that confidence. I can't go to them. It's not
Mr. McBride, go ahead.
I know my school's pretty good. Jack Benny's pretty good. John Lewis, we got some. It's kind of rough. It's kind of rough. I know that because I'm in the building and I see the kids all the time, and I see the behavior where there's insubordination, a lot of fights, all of that. But what I'm saying to you all is that the reason BAM is here is to try to deal with those kind of things. And I think that a lot of, I guess, back to Miss Hannah again, she keeps saying students, but a lot of our African American students, just like I hear the voices that came tonight, well, I was a hothead and I did this, and then after talking to BAM, I got myself together and BAM did a whole lot. It's those same students that we're talking about need BAM to be able to come up here and I can hear them say the same thing. And then maybe if some of them students that come, I seen that same student acting crazy over there at John Lewis. It's a bunch of them over there. And I hear you saying that, well, we can't make them come. It's up to the parents to get them there and so on and so on and so. But somebody in BAM got to have the charisma to be able to get those kids in, because there are other programs around that's in the district now that are able to get those kids. I see it all the time. We got one called Focus to deal with those kids extremely well.
So if I can, I'm glad you said that, because at John Lewis, I was the guy with the charisma that started to pull them in. We had an absent slot there for a bit.
Yep.
Just a short period of time, right? So how we remedied that, my name is Jason Montgomery. I'm a curriculum specialist. So it's my job to make sure that there's program fidelity within the Waukegan region, right? So that's clinical as well as emotional and counseling, okay? So it's not just, hey, how we doing, kids? We're going to give you some platitudes, right? This is a clinical program. And so since we didn't have anyone, me being a licensed clinical social worker, I stepped in. And so I there was a question, who's been there since the beginning of the year? So from July until November, I was the guy. One thing that we can say is there was a strong outreach for those that look like me, because I do remember there was a time when there wasn't anybody for me, right? And so it had also been established in the schools, if you listen to some of the deans that are saying, BAM and WOW have become the first choice for intervention, right? Not the BAM and WOW kids. Those are the students that can't be reached, so to speak. Those are the ones who we do reach. Those are the ones who we reach outside of the group, because we may not be able to get them in the group, but those are the first ones we go for, and those are the first ones who come to us. So that's known. Where we get our referrals from the schools themselves. So they know who the students are that aren't being reached, and they bring them. And I like the fact that we're saying we need to see them. Yeah, we say the same thing. However, there's still cultural challenges to speaking to power that we still haven't been able to get over. However, we are building through that. So we can best believe those who look like you and I, they are the ones that are becoming the leaders in these schools. And right now, currently, even though we're looking at 11% demographically in the Waukegan public school systems of those who look like me. I'm sorry, Ms. Hannah, I know you don't like numbers and percentages that way. But currently, in some of our schools, we are serving 18%. So that means we are doubling the capacity of the school system itself. So when we take a look at the numbers that we don't need to look at, and yeah, it was great to see these kids. Those kids didn't start that way.
Yeah.
Those weren't the brownies. Those weren't the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts. Those were the ones who were forgotten. Those were the ones who didn't have the guidance, who were looking. And if you see, in Lewis, that was the one thing I noticed. Those weren't bad kids. Those were children that were looking for direction. And they were looking for answers. And that's what we have. And it's not just the 55 that we service. That's my job, is to make sure that the culture of BAM and WOW spread throughout the community. This is a community building process.
Mr. Ramirez has had her hand up for quite a while.
Just a couple of questions. Thank you always for programs like this. It was programs like this that, got me where I'm at today. But in reading all of your stuff, one, I know that you guys have been here for a while, have acclimated yourselves to our community and stuff, but for our students, I didn't read anywhere on there. Do you have a systematic way to refer to wraparound services for our students? Because our students do stay here at 350, and there's a lot of other things that need to be done. And with that, at the same time, I also didn't read much on parent engagement efforts, because children holistically, they leave at 3:50, and if they go to a chaotic environment in the morning, you're just reprogramming that child again for the day. So do we have a lot of information for the parent engagement as far as what their students are doing at WOW, how they are being serviced, what parents can do in order to fortify what is it that you're teaching them at the school? And then my last thing was, in reading through the reports, I did see the school partnership survey, which gives me a little bit of concern, not too much. Your other numbers are great. I'm glad the kids are loving the program. I'm glad that those outcomes are there. But when I read that there's a little bit of a strife with positive relationships with school staff and things like that, a lot of times I know that it's communication, right? Our staff don't know what's going on. And if our staff don't know what's going on, I definitely know our parents don't know what's going on. So those are my three.
Okay, we're going to have to move on, because we have 11 more items than just on the student achievement.
So I'll just say, we will provide more details about our parent orientations and how when we see the needs of young people, what are our responses, and how that is something that is built into our budget as well, that we provide case management services and support as well. So we'll just give you more information.
And could you please include the impact on the students' academic improvement based on information, with the participation in BAM, because that was a part too.
I do believe that that's attached to the presentation. So if you open the presentation, it's there already.
We have.
Well, that I read all of that. I read everything there, but in terms of, it's the numbers. It would be best if the kids could come and say that they have they've raised their reading scores.
Yeah,
or
but we
they've
also, I want to be careful, because when we say the kids, we also don't want to identify kids that are coming here and saying these are the kids that have discipline issues. I think we got to be very mindful of what we're asking for and labels that we're putting on students. And I just want to call that out, because there needs to be some confidentiality there for
And
them
parent
to
permission.
trust their counselors. So that's number one. Number two is, there is data here that I had Ms. Maluski put together for the board. If there is something missing when you send me the questions by Thursday, if you can send that, we will get that to you also. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lensing, and then we have to move on.
Mr. Rob, just to be transparent, I do talk to you guys, not at the board meeting. I think we have conversations personally about what we're discussing right now.
And Mr. Rodriguez, I'd like to, if I could, speak to one issue
Go ahead,
that
sir.
Mr. McBride spoke about, and that is liking to see even more African American students at the school board meeting. We certainly serve African American students. We serve all students, whosoever will, let them come. But I wish I could have had one young man here, African American student, but I want to put that kind of pressure on him. You probably read about his mother over a year and a half ago. Okay.
We cannot identify students. We cannot identify trauma. So I'm going to ask that we move on at this time. And I think my statement spoke volumes when I say we don't want to bring students that identify them. That is not what the Board of Education is looking for. And we could have some legality issues, right? So we will get the questions. We will circle back with the BAM and WOW team. And thank you all for joining us this evening.
Did you want to ask your question? Okay.
We're going to move on.
And I apologize if I cut anyone off.
We're good. Let's
You
keep it
did.
rolling.
Thank you.
Item D.
This is renewal of EAB. This serves as a thought partner, research hub, professional development for leadership team members, and then also provides monthly learning opportunities.
And I am going to ask, is this something that is necessary? You guys are going to hear me all evening.
Say again?
You all are going to hear me say this all evening.
Is it necessary? Is that the question?
Is it necessary? And because of our district funds, our money, I've been saying it for the last couple years that we need to cut our spending. Cut our spending. Why do we need this? You all could do the same thing. I'm going to say it and keep saying it.
Sure.
You all could do the same thing. That we are paying $125,000 and $125,218. Okay, for a think tank to get together and to talk about stuff. You guys could do that, and we think tank it.
It's more than that. It's not just about brainstorming. EAB works with a number of districts. Superintendents come together, associate superintendents come together. They have the latest research protocols. And when you get into the executive administrative positions, the opportunity to brainstorm professional development, to look at the research, to see what's working in other districts, to dialogue, to utilize root cause analysis, and to build the district leadership team, which many people here, I can see a number of us that are in here tonight, that opportunity is not there. And so I will say this is very much needed. It is something we have utilized tremendously. It's not just once in a while. We use them, we lean on them. I actually think we get our bang for our buck here for the amount of resources that we get. There
What
was
do you
another
get?
point, and I think I just explained that.
Right, and okay, but they have given it to you, right? They're giving it to you, right?
It's not that easy, Miss Hannah. It's
And
just, it's
so
not like that.
If you all are getting it, why can't you all continue what you're doing without having to pay somebody to come in and do it?
So they're not. Do you mind if I just
Good,
speak
jump
to
in.
it, please? Thanks. So they've been assisting with us, and to your point, they are a repository of research, and they do conduct meta analyses. But some examples of how they've helped us in the past and how they've consulted with us. During the pandemic, they connected us with other leaders from across the country in terms of how to develop hybrid learning opportunities, looked at models for that, schedules for that, summer programming. They shared research on summer programming and how that could be run more efficiently, shared examples, shared research, connected us with leaders from across the country. There are a variety of topics in terms of how we organize our leadership team and how we can be more efficient at how we're communicating, how we're delegating tasks, and how we can be more communicative and collaborative. So this is $125,218 over 3 years.
It doesn't matter. In 3 years, we need to make sure that our district is financially solvent. And if we keep doing what we're doing and how we're going by deficit spending, it's not going to do anybody any good. And so I'm going to keep saying it because I know that we are deficit spending every year for the past 2-3 years. And we cannot continue to do that. And it said, well, we're going to cover it with the fund balance. Well, guess what? You keep doing that with the fund balance, and somewhere soon we're gonna go and we're gonna have to start pulling money from our future revenues. It's not gonna happen, people. We're not going back to where the historical deficit in this district was taken care of, and we had a huge reserve when the previous administration left. And if we're constantly spending just because we know that we got it there, we're not going to have it there. This is taxpayers' money.
And we understand that. We understand that the historical is a reality of what transpired in Waukegan. We are very aware of that.
And we're
And
not
that is
going
why
back.
One person at a time, please.
And that is why, since our administration has been here, we have been very cautious. We have met means. We know that we need to cut back. We have a plan. We meet weekly on that plan. And for our next meeting, the following Tuesday, I am going to have Ms. Pope, because we are going to have a presentation on finance at that point, talk about the reserves and deficit spending and all of that. And I believe she's been up here and said we are in a good place. However, we do need to be cautious.
I know all about the finances, superintendent. I was taught about Waukegan School finances by the best of them. So even before Ms. Polk, okay? So I know what I'm talking about.
And so I don't think that my comments referred to that you didn't. I acknowledged the historical past and the reality as a truth. What I am stating is that we are looking at finances not for next year, not for the following year, but for 10 years out. And that is how I have looked at finances with Ms. Polk since I've been here. So I know the state of finances and I know where we're at the market where we're at. I also know that there are some things we're going to have to cut back on. We've already started to cut back, but the district does not feel that because the impact is not so sharp that it shakes it. So we're gradually cutting back little by little. And when we get to the operations component, you're going to see a presentation about what the protocol we're looking at and procedures for looking at different things and how we are going to cut back and what lens we're looking at it and what is the platform for that and what is the philosophy behind it. This here, I am telling you, we can afford. It's your vote. We vote yes or no. It is beneficial to the district. It is a resource to a district. It is a partner to the district. It also puts us out with other national districts out there where we can brainstorm, collect ideas, work together, etc. And another point that you did not address, they're really big on helping us onboarding on return of investment. So when we're choosing when we're choosing programs, there's a lens that we're looking at. It's just not random. We're going to cut all, I don't know, pick something. We're cutting it all. That's not how we make decisions. We're looking at what would have the least impact, what we vote on, what will have the most impact to keep the synergy moving with the academics and keeping the district in good standing. So there's a number of variables at play, not just one or two. And so I do want to acknowledge, I appreciate your passion. I'm with you when you say, listen, we do not know the state of finances at the national level, nor do we know them at the state level. Hence, we have to be very conservative in what we onboard or what we're continuing to do. I am in 100% alignment with you on that. 100%.
I just got one question. Okay, and I guess this is gonna go for all of the renewals and the spending. What is the benefit? How is it impacting student learning and academic improvement? How is it helping?
So an example for the next item is we have now the state has mandated that we do mental health screeners. So that would be absorbed into the next one. For the other ones, their curriculum, there's a number of, most
Do
of
we
them
still
are
have the curriculum material in the warehouse?
There is some curriculum material that hasn't been rolled out because of the time of year yet. Yes.
Now, this was in the warehouse a year or two ago. Has it been used, or is it just still sitting there?
What was in there was, what I would say is,
Mr. Moten?
We are getting off track
Yeah,
here.
can-
This is
can we
Well,
go back
this is
to
all
this
about
topic?
spending.
Yeah, but we have an agenda of
We're-
items
we
that
have
you
to
need to
cover.
vote on, and we can be here however late you want, but it's 9:05, and I think
We
the
have another.
public would like to see what is going to happen in our district financially, and what lens and platform we're going to do that work through. And we can stay here and we can do that later. I would just ask that you allow the team to answer questions that are here. If there's questions we need to revisit, then we will come back. If you want to know about what's in the, I think you said warehouse, you may have said behind.
Warehouse.
Yeah, the warehouse, we'll get that answer for you, Ms. Hannah. I'm not saying we will not get that answer, but can we stick to the agenda so that we're able to get through all this? And if there are questions that you would like answered, if you write them down or just send me an email, then I will get you and the rest of the board that answer.
Ms. Fabian.
So back to item D, just a real brief question. Was this in the FY26 budget?
yes, it's been
Okay.
in,
That's all I needed. Thank you.
yes.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is EduClimber. I'm going to ask Dr. Brown to come up and speak briefly about it.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. We are requesting approval to purchase a new program called EduClimber. It's a 3-year agreement. As you can see there, it's about $325,000. What this will do for us is help us streamline quite a few different processes. It's an MTSS system, and what we are always striving to do is become more efficient in what we do in order to serve our students. So as you'll be able to see on the next slide, one more. We have a lot of different systems across the district, systems that collect attendance, behavior, grades, all types of assessment data. We have 5 different assessments. That could be 5 different systems that collect that data. At the school level and at the district level, we need to be able to compile all of that data and efficiently go through it and utilize it in order to make decisions for what our students need at that particular moment. We do that now, but it can take time for us to be able to compile that. I'll give you an example. ILTs may come together in order to try and make decisions about what students need in terms of tiering, in terms of whatever interventions they may need. But the data that they need can be housed in 4, 5 different systems. So they have to take time to try and bring all of that together, then make sense of it. Our office tries to help in doing that, but we can always have a system that will make it more efficient so that all of our staff are able to use it. So on your screen, you see a couple of our major systems down at the bottom. Infinite Campus, our source of truth. That's where we enter the vast majority of our student data. We have our assessment delivery systems, Renaissance DNA, PAIR. All of our schools right now are giving common assessments. They're gathering data unit by unit so that teachers can analyze that data, make decisions about it, and we want to be able to bring all of that together. We have our SEL tool, Panorama. You've heard about all of these different tools. They're all separate systems. So what we want to be able to do is use EduClimber to help us bring all of that to where it'll feed it automatically into the system and provide visualizations that will allow staff, administration to be able to easily understand the data and utilize the data. Next slide. So what is EduClimber? Kind of what I described. It's an interactive system that integrates whole child data. I told you behavior, attendance, grades, any of the data that we have around a student. And it's an MTS system made for helping us track interventions, to know the effectiveness of the interventions, to be able to communicate back and forth between staff and between families, or with families, not between families. A couple of bullet points there. It's a streamlined platform that integrates all of our systems. We're looking for increased accuracy and timeliness of student information. We don't want to have staff having to take data from one system, type it into a spreadsheet in order to combine things. We don't want that. We want it to be a little bit more accurate than that. It'll increase communications across teams, which you will be able to see further on into the presentation. And then as Dr. Cesario mentioned about the new ISB mental health screening requirements tool, the tool is called SABRS. That's within the system that will be a part of the system. Next slide. And before you do this, Stephen, can you go one more slide over? Just a quick snapshot. I hope you all can see this on your screens too. Again, it's about trying to be more and more efficient with the data so that teams can actually have the data, have it available quickly, and be able to make decisions from it. So the first line there just gives you an example of 12 different data systems that are all combined into this one system for data analysis. While we don't have 12 different systems that are going to be combined, we're going to have multiple that can feed into this system. Can I go through the last couple here and then I'll get your question? They give the example of 30 minutes per student to, on average, to gather all these different data points and then to be able to try and analyze it and make decisions. It'll all be there together. So it reduces that amount of time that's needed. And then instead of 2 or 3 big data digs happening per year, this will allow us to have the data in the system and set thresholds where if a student hits a certain threshold, certain number of absences, certain number of behavior marks, if you will, certain number of low scores on a test, that it will alert automatically and send an alert to the person that may be in charge of that student. So we're looking to enhance our monitoring with that. After I answer your question, we want to show you a short 2-minute video. No? Oh.
We got to get through.
We've got the link.
We'll send the link out to them.
We got the
Okay,
presentation.
all right. It really will be helpful, and then we can cut the rest.
They can. We'll do the research
All right.
on our own.
Okay, all right.
We got to.
Well, here's my question.
Yes.
Okay, and it's close to the 12 systems plus, and then it moves to 1. So does this system, this, how you call it?
EduClimber.
EduClimber, okay, if we get this system, right? Can we get rid of the other system? Or do we still have to, do we still have to pay for this EduClimber and still pay for the other one?
We're paying
So
for
we're
an
not-
interface.
I understand. So we're not really saving anything.
So
You're saving time.
So we are saving time. I don't want to interrupt. I don't know if everybody was done asking questions, but to that specific question, there are certain ones that will be absorbed. Not 12, but there are ones that will be absorbed. And then as part of as I mentioned earlier, the mental health screener is one that we don't have to buy a separate system for. It's here. It is an interface, like Ms. Lensing and Ms. Fabian were saying. It does connect all of those so that we can have dashboards. Right now, Jonathan and his team are spending a lot of time building out these dashboards. So when I was a principal, it's a long time ago now, but when I was a principal, I had a dashboard I could open up every day and it would tell me data in real time like this. And that's what we're trying to provide, not only for our principals, but for our instructional leadership teams and our grade level teams, so that they can make decisions about instruction. And that's how it's impactful to students. So instead of waiting longer to do this, we can do this a lot faster. And part of this is about the return on investment, making sure that we are trying to streamline our processes to be more efficient, but also to save money. So we can give a more detailed report about some of the ones that are going to fall off after.
That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah. Yes, and there's one that, again, the mental health screener was one that just came up.
I know.
And so, right, but that was one we didn't have to go out for. There's one other one that we're going to drop off sooner rather than later, and then there's another one that we're going to scaffold off of. I think we can wait.
Yeah,
we're going to wait on
let's not give the names
So-
because I don't know if we notify the companies that we're
That's
not going
the other
back
thing.
with them,
That's why I
right?
don't wanna
So
do that, yeah.
legalities, but we can put that in an email to the board.
Thanks, JB.
Okay, super fast. I'm glad to hear in this last bit we're dropping some off. I think many of us share the frustration that in education, when we know we have to track all of these things, why one tool doesn't just come complete. So that's super. And I was thinking you were going to go there, so I kind of held my lips on that one. What I'm going to expect that if this board approves this purchase for these 3 years, and we have this level of data access and this speed of data access, we are not losing children. We are not, and what I mean by that is I'm not sitting in a board reprimand where this kid has had behavioral infractions at multiple schools and just pass along and it never gets addressed. They're never assessed possibly for special education or other needs. We see that freshman on track rate increase because we have touch points to a prior conversation that I had during the committee meeting with, tracking kids in elementary school, making sure they're on track through middle school and then through getting them prepared through high school. So essentially what I'm saying is that there will be a higher level of accountability should this tool go into place, because there should be no reason we miss something on a kid.
You're absolutely right. And it's a tool, so we have to align that with practices as well.
Yeah,
and
that's
part
my
of-
expectation.
Right. But it is also part of an implementation plan that we're working on with EduClimber to personalize it for where we're at in Waukegan. But you're absolutely right. And we put that expectation on ourselves, and that's what we want. 100% agree.
Ms. Fabian.
I think Ramirez was first.
Okay, Ms. Ramirez.
Just really quick, I know that not everybody enjoys data, but I enjoy it. Enjoy looking at it. I enjoy researching it. And one of my biggest pet peeves is when I was employed here by the district is that our data is not clean in a lot of different ways. We can continue to add data systems and we can continue to add data systems. But another pet peeve is that I know that the data systems that we currently use, we are not using at 100% of their capacity. We are just not. We are not using Infinite Campus all the way. We are not using Power School all the way. Tableau, God forbid, that is the ugliest data system I have ever seen in my entire life. So again, if we're going to continue to add data systems, we have to assure that our data collection is clean, it is correct, that we're doing it systematically across the board, because one school can't be collecting data on outcome-based performances and the other one only on program performances. Our data is skewed all over the place. We also have to make sure that we include other things that we are not always into consideration when it comes to collecting this data, like access testing. Do you know how hard it was to get reports for access testing just to be able to follow one student? It was impossible for me to do that with all of the ELL students at the high school, to just even get a report on where they were a year ago, let alone updated tests. So please take all of those things into consideration, because if we're just collecting data for the sake of collecting data, go back to spreadsheets.
So, yeah, and I appreciate the comment. I just want to let everyone know, too, that this conversation started in the fall, and the principals were brought in. They went through a run-through with the representatives from EduClimber about asking lots of these questions, and then it went to the departments, and then it went to the ASAP team in December, so that everyone from the entire ASAP team could see this, ask questions. There were 5 people out there, so we went through this progressively so that we could ask all of these questions. But similar to the question or the expectation that was posed by Ms. Lensing, it has to be coupled with practice, and that's why the implementation plan and some of those benchmarks and our progress monitoring is going to be an integral part of this. And so we want to expand on this to the point that you were making earlier. We want to be efficient with what we have, and we want to use it to its full extent. And that's why one of the reasons why we had another company before. I'm not going to name that name, the company, but they did not work to our expectations, and that's why we wanted to work with a different company and talk about what they could do, and spent a long time vetting them. And a lot of the people in this room were present in several of those meetings to do just that. But we'll be talking more, and you'll be reviewing and asking questions before this comes up for a vote. And if it needs to take more time, we'll take more time. But we also will have, we'll be able to answer those questions in the meantime, and share an implementation plan as well. Sorry.
I share the sentiments of Ms. Ramirez. I love data. And I feel as an educator, something like this would be extremely helpful, because even as a classroom teacher, getting all that data and making the correlations to try to then make decisions took forever. But again, your data output is only as good as your data input. The only thing that I want to say, and it's not a question, is something, it's more of a reminder, again, to have part of your implementation plan include family engagement and parent outreach, because I don't want to see us buy something else and say, oh, this is great for our parents can utilize it, but then we never train our parents on how to utilize it, or we send one email on this is new, check it out. Like, we need to have an actual plan and have sessions and make sure that parents are understanding the value and the purpose of why we have these dashboards and how they can utilize them. So just if you can add that into your integration plan or implementation plan, sorry.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay. Excuse me. Item F is a renewal of consumable programs for grades 6 through 12, ESL materials, Cengage. Item G is renewal of consumable program for grades 6 through 12. This is SLA, One-Way Education, Anecdotas.
We have a question.
Sorry, I went ahead of myself.
Sorry, nope.
Sorry, my question was for H, and just, not even a question, just to add the per diem on the PD form.
This is the council, the attendance for the PD.
Yep. So not a question, if they could just add it before they bring it to the board.
Add the per diem to the forms before it goes on board docs.
Okay. Item I is renewal of Second Step. This is our Tier 1 SEL, social emotional, evidence-based curriculum for grades K to 8. Item J is a retro reimbursement for the American School Counselor Association Conference that was held in July of 2025.
Can I ask the question
Go ahead, Ms. Hannah.
regarding that per diem? It's $697.33 per diem.
For item H, for the previous,
Which
for J or for this
Yes,
current
for
item?
J.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to
And
clarify.
so my question is, did each staff receive that amount of per diem?
No, so they get the per diem for the day, but some didn't spend the whole per diem for the day.
So
why are we
is this
reimbursing?
amount each one of them are getting, or is this the total amount for, it looks like maybe 10 or 12
11.
people?
That's the total, the amount that's listed is the total for all of those people in total.
Okay, but you
And-
just said they didn't spend it, so if they didn't spend
No.
it, why are we reimbursing?
So
What
what I
was
wa-
spent is listed.
Yeah, so if we
So if you
only
open up-
give per diem on itemized receipts that are turned in. So you're not just getting your per diem up front.
Right.
If you do not have an itemized receipt, then you will not get your per diem. So this amount, it may not be the full per diem. It is based off the itemized receipts that I believe are attached, because I don't
They
have.
are.
Yes.
Thank you.
They're attached.
Yeah, we have.
But these are retro, so I guess I'm confused because normally we don't get these, right? So we
Yeah.
approve the total amount of PD with the per diem, which is why it's so important for you guys to accurately put.
So why
these-
are these coming back
these
as
in.
retro?
We had to go back for the June 11th date because we originally thought that we would fly in on the 12th. And when the conference,
you.
because we went, 9 months ahead in advance,
yeah.
we ended up flying in on the 11th. So we had to go back for the 11th.
For the half day. That makes sense. And again, this is why I stress that those PD forms be completely filled out so we don't have these issues in the future.
Noted.
Wait.
Thank you. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Sorry, can we clarify for me? I believe the PD forms were filled out correctly, but plans changed because the time started at 9 a.m. and that was like a ooh whoopsies, we need to fix this.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
We're bringing it back to the board for transparency.
Appreciate it.
K is renewal of Everway. L is renewal of iQuest science materials. M is the purchase of the textbook for physics at the high school. N is for letters training, teachers manuals,
Oh, my God.
and that completes
Okay,
this section.
one question.
Go ahead, Ms. Hannah.
Okay, all of these, everything on this, agenda, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Teaching and learning, right? Right?
Yes.
And so all of this is coming out of the education fund, correct?
Yes.
And so, Mr. President, I would like aside from the monthly or the regular financial report, I'd like for them to keep us up to date on the funding for the education fund, because that's where our deficit is. And that's where the deficit has been for the past couple years. And so the deficit spending. And so I'd like to know when, to keep us on track so that we are not deficit spending in this school year.
I think I understand the question. If not, I'll reach out to you.
Okay.
I did write it down.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr.
Cesario.
Cesario.
I am going to ask the staff that does not have anything on the next agenda to please go home and get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Motion by Mr. McBride, second by Ms. Hannah. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned at 9:29 PM.
Gotta go into operation.
All right, we have one more meeting to go. And just had a comment about last month, as I was reviewing the minutes for the operations meeting last month, I called to advise staff that there was a mistake because the total time of the meeting was 3 minutes. As it turns out, that was the correct time. The operations meeting last month lasted a total of 3 minutes.
Amen.
Yes.
And
Yes.
is Gwen presenting with you? Gwen presenting with you?
All right, are we ready? Ready to go?
We are ready to go.
All right, I would like to call to order the February 10th, 2026 meeting of the Operational Services Committee. Can we have a roll call, please? Oh, get settled.
Ms. Fabian, Ms. Lensing, Ms. Hannah,
Yes.
Mr. McBride,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez,
Yes.
and President Rodriguez.
Yes. So I have a quorum. Next item, approval of the meeting minutes, the minutes of the January 13th, 2026 OSC meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle. Second by Ms. Hannah. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian, Ms. Lensing, Ms. Hannah,
Yes.
Mr. McBride,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez,
Yes.
and President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries. Minutes are approved. Item 4, discussion items. I see none. Item 5, information items for possible board action. Mr. Bowden.
Yes. Thank you, President Rodriguez, Superintendent, board members, staff, and community. Our first information item this evening is going to be a presentation, brief but important presentation regarding budget prioritization and organizational alignment for the upcoming school year, as well as the current budget cycle that's under current review. I'm going to ask Ms. Polk to come up and provide this presentation.
Before you guys get started, can I ask the question? I'm just looking at the date. I mean, the title of this presentation, Budget Prioritization and Organizational Alignment. And I guess you guys are going to explain that, right?
Yes.
The definition of that, because in my opinion, the budget, the way we've been doing it has been sufficient through my years of being here. And what is wrong where we are now trying to change the model or the technique in which we are doing a budget now?
Can I ask, so I hear your question. I think we're talking about two different things. So if we
Okay,
can
please.
get through the presentation and write down the questions, then we will circle back to them. So Ms. Polk, we're going to ask the board to please hold questions till we get through the presentation. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Polk.
So the purpose and objective of this presentation is to look at the budget trends, the projections, and the realities. And what that means is how is it that those realities change prioritization for this upcoming year of 2027? And the review of the budget requests, the contracts, and staffing level. We're going to discuss the criteria that is going to be utilized in deciding prioritization, and also to determine the timeline and the messaging for the process that the superintendent and her staff intends to apply. Next slide.
I do also want to tell the board this is part of the superintendent goal when we're looking at finances and equity, et cetera. Go ahead, Ms.
Next
Pope.
slide. Okay, so we want to reiterate some of the budget realities that we've previously mentioned to the Board of Education, staff, and community. And so I pretty much want to read some of this verbatim so that I can ensure that we clearly understand or articulate what some of the things that the district is having to contend with. One of the major things that we've spoken about over the last few years is the ESSER cliff. I know that you have heard us talk about that, and the expiration of those ESSER monies, having received upwards of $80 million, of course, will have a financial impact on the district. Declining student enrollment. During our budget presentation, we have shown you how over the years, the enrollment has declined within Waukegan Public Schools. But of course, if you look across all of the school districts in Illinois, you'll also see that there is a trend where student enrollment is declining. And we're fearful that although in the past few years we've been getting more money and evidence-based funding, that eventually is going to level off and it's not going to pan out with us getting more money, or at least lower than what we estimate. Structural deficits and costs. Of course, we've spoken about the recent increases in negotiations, salaries, and benefits. We've spoken about that. In this current fiscal year, benefits have averaged an increase, not fiscal year, but calendar year, which is going to impact us by 6 months, about 15%. So that's a huge increase in healthcare costs. So we have to look at those increases. We have to look at what Mr. Moulton has spoke about the increase in cost for supplies and those type of things, stuff that we cannot control. And of course, programs like special ed and English language learners costs, we have to take those things into consideration as well. Staffing shortages. We're currently in negotiations with several unions, so we have to look at the potential impact of those negotiations, ensuring that we're retaining staff, we're recruiting staff with competitive wages. Also, we've previously talked about the uncertainty about what is going to happen at the federal level in terms of our revenue and what's going to happen at the state level. There's a lot of uncertainty, and we've told the board and the community about that. Typically, we don't even know what our state funding is going to be until after we've adopted the budget, well into September and October. So a lot of the information that we're presenting at the time of budget adoption is actually an estimate. But we've seen a sharp decline in our CPPRT over the last few years, so those things we have to take into consideration. And then, of course, we've seen this, we've heard this on the news about the possible shift of the Department of Education going away, right? So we don't know what the impact of that is going to be. We heard that there may be some reductions in Medicaid, and so we have to look at that because we're providing services to our special education students, and we're getting reimbursed some of those costs. So we don't know what the impact of that is going to be. And of course, some of our categorical aid, which is our federal grants. We don't know what's going to happen with that as well. Next slide, please. Throughout the annual budget prioritization process, we received the budget requests, and during the budget process, we've often asked annually, and as in this year, ask that all of the departments, the schools, and the division look at the contracts, that they look at FTE that currently exist, as well as new possible positions that they're requesting, and look at programs so that we could determine the best return on investment. So there's 4 things that we have listed here, which is how we categorize, how we're looking and vetting these things. And that is, does it align with the district's strategic plan? It would be the highest priority. Does it meet or address student or school needs? Thirdly, organizational efficiency. And then finally, what is the return on investment? Obviously, whatever you're trying to do, you want to make sure you get more bang for the buck, right? And so these are the 4 areas that are going to be capitalized or focused on during this prioritization process. Next slide. So I want to read this. So this year, in particular, the district is going to take a closer look at administrative staffing levels through a comprehensive review process to ensure resources are aligned with student needs and district priorities. And how the district plans to do this is going to be detailed on the following slide. Next slide. And obviously, this is going to be a multi-tier step process. First, departments are going to be asked to look at their staff within their departments. They're going to be asked to review the jobs that they perform and to make recommendations to their respective deputy as to the functionality of those positions and the roles in which they play. Secondly, those recommendations will be consolidated from both of the deputies and then presented to the superintendent for her approval. Once the superintendent has had an opportunity to review that information, the deputies will then work with human resources and legal to review what impact it will have on the staffs that have been identified and has potential, will have a potential impact. And then, after all of that work has been done to ensure that all of the guidelines have been met, that information will be brought forward to the Board of Education for their awareness. Next slide. So of course, when you're looking at those positions, there's a criteria that is going to be used in order to make those critical decisions. And they're depicted here on this slide. I want to read it because I don't want to, misread anything or mislead you in any way. So the criteria is instructional and learning impact. That's the first and foremost. Operational efficiency and support, the uniqueness of those roles, and the collaborative nature of those roles. And then finally, compliance, safety, and student well-being.
We're not doing that in that that order, right?
All of
Because
them are important, but these are the key focus areas that will be used to determine those the importance of those roles.
Okay, what I'm saying is compliance, safety, and student well-being, shouldn't that be at the top?
They're not in order.
Okay.
So it's
they're
not like
in-
1, 2,
okay.
3. It's just to show you what the lenses we're looking through.
In conjunction.
Any other questions? Next slide, please. So the timeline for implementing the process that we've just spoken about, late 2025 it started, and of course, now we're in early 2026, and we're continuing the plan. The department and the divisions will review those processes this month, and the board review is proposed to start in late February. That timeline may be adjusted based upon getting through the process, but this is the tentative timeline that has been established.
I do believe that Mr. Alagakis has already pulled the board on a specific date at the end of February for this closed session board meeting.
Okay. Early March, the impacted staff will be notified, and then board action is estimated to occur on March 17th. Are there any questions?
Yeah, we got a timeline. Okay, and so that's the definite timeline in terms of the plan that's gonna happen. But I have a bigger plan. I mean, a bigger question. How is this plan going to ensure that that our district will stay solvent? All of this that you talked about and everything, how is that going to make sure that our district stays solvent, stable, and where we are not back where we were before in borrowing TWA?
I would answer it like this. This whole process is what we've spoken about over the last 14, 15 years. And we've talked about prioritization, putting the most critical initiatives first. It doesn't diminish the importance of other initiatives, but based upon the amount of funding that the district has in its hands, we can't do everything. And that's by admission of the state, because we're tier 1. So that means they acknowledge that we don't get enough money to do everything that we need to do. So in order to identify those things that the district deems the most important or most critical to address, is very similar to what any of us would do in our own household. We have a list of things that we desire to do, but we can't do them all. And so we identify those things that are most impactful for us, and we fund those things. And when we get additional money, we obviously do those things that we otherwise could not have. And so the district is the same way. So this process that is being proposed tonight aims to do exactly what you're saying, Ms. Hannah. It is intended to stay within the fiscal constraints or the allocations in which we have, and as well as to identify those things that has the greatest impact. And one of the things that the superintendent has said from the very beginning is not to affect students. And so if that is the focus, we have to identify those things that has the greatest impact on student learning and then put the money there.
One other
Go ahead, Ms.
question.
Hannah.
And so, okay, what I am hearing, and don't know yet, but with what I'm hearing, you're talking about staff reductions, actually, at some point, right? Staff reduction.
Yes.
Okay, and now, before we get to staff reductions, what kind of spending reductions are we doing?
We will bring the, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just want, what kind of the spending reductions are we doing before we get to a staff reduction? Because there's things that are things that we could do without. For example, using other venues when we have school buildings that we could use for events and programs and so forth. We could use our food service more instead of using outside food vendors. And those are just some examples.
Yeah, thank you for the examples. And just for a caveat, sometimes our food service vendor in-house is more expensive. That, just so you know, Ms. Hannah, not saying, just so you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think that you look at these two things in isolation. They have to work together simultaneously. And so we are looking at both of these simultaneously. And I also, before we spread panic, we are looking at administrative positions right now. So I don't want to misspeak. That we're looking at the division administrative positions right now. This will work simultaneously as we look at what, and I don't want to say initiatives, but contracts, maybe let me use contracts, et cetera, that we look at and that we are looking at. My stance has been this, and I have said this on my listening learning tours, and I have said this to my staff. We will not, at this point, cut direct services to students. So when I'm saying direct services, we're talking about extending the day, we're talking about student initiatives, we're talking about anything that directly touches students, athletics, all of that.
Arts, all of that.
All of
music,
that. I want to be careful. We are not cutting direct services.
Right.
What we are doing is we're looking at our central office positions, for lack of a better word, and we're aligning it to ensure that we're getting the efficacy out of those positions and that they're aligned correctly and that we do not have duplication in services and job descriptions, so that we're both doing the same job, or how we aligning it to one of us does that job and somebody else does something else. We are going to go through this process, which we have already started. We are going to have a private workshop with the board when we explain all of our thinking, why, what it looks like, the skeleton, all of that, and that will be, what date is that? Did we decide? February 20th. Yeah, I believe it's February 23rd that we pulled the board, so we do need your responses. If you can make that day, it's very important. And then we will look at other things. So this is not just one thing, and we have not, this is not the first time of us cutting back. Our staff outside knows that. We've already started to scale back this school year, and we will continue to scale back. What we don't want is a direct impact where it shocks the system. So we're moving slowly because we're ahead of the game. Thank you, Ms. Polk. And we've been ahead in our trajectory of thinking of budgeting. And I said, we budget almost 10 years out. That's always been my motto. What does that look like when none of us are here and that the district is solvent? And so that is the ideology that we have been looking at. Go ahead, Ms. Lindsay Nudge.
Thank you, Ms. Polk, for the presentation. Can we jump to slide 7, please? You and I were sitting in the exact same conference with the superintendent from Plainfield, New Jersey, that was talking about return on investment with every decision that they made.
Yep.
Right? We were there. In this process, have you identified a threshold? Because I believe he said it had to have a certain percentage. I can't remember if it was 70 or 80% return on investment. Through this process, have you identified what that structure looks like? Or is it a generalized component of this review?
I don't want to speak for this organization, but I could tell you, having known this process, because we instituted it even before they did, right? So return on investment looks different for different people.
Understood.
Because we could look at the passing rates for students, we could look at a number of different things, and that percentage could be lower for us, but is progress. So that has to be defined by this organization. And I think looking at all of the information jointly, as individuals, departments, as a district, as well as to look at all of the requests, is going to determine what is the best course of action for the district.
And the reason I'm asking about this piece is because it ties into my next questions. Because having that definition should be guiding all of our decisions. And what I mean by that is, yes, it's technically a reduction in force because we're seeing the road signs of what's coming ahead. People are choosing to have less kids. People are choosing to have kids later in life, right? There's a bunch of different, some families decide to stay within our district for a certain number of years and then go to different middle schools, go to different high schools, et cetera, right? Those are all their personal decisions we have zero control over. So we're anticipating that is just one area. But when we look to reduce these positions, sidebar, I hope we're doing some standard operating procedures around them, because then that is detailing exactly what their job is. And that's where you're finding that alignment or overlap. So I'm really excited to see those come to the district. But back on track, in the future, if we need an additional position to come into the district, we have the blueprint on which we make that decision. I know we have some community members, they're not here tonight, I'm a little surprised, that are excited to hear that we're going to reduce the number of administrators in this district. Understood. But I don't want to remove something that we are later going to need. And it could be a situation of we don't need them right now, but then the situation arises where we need them again. And it's not a direct student services position, so I'm not going to bring up the example, but I just want to make sure that in this thought process that you have said that's going to be a component. But as a board, we also just need to be mindful, because these are people's salaries and livelihoods. And if they are tenured teachers, I would anticipate they look for another position within the district that they would be qualified to fulfill.
And that is their right. So if they're a tenured teacher, that is their right.
Oh, yeah.
And just real quick, also on that report, I would like to see like some kind of asterisk or note so that we know which ones are required and mandated positions and for compliance, right? So we know as a board, this position cannot be removed whether we agree with it or not, because it is a mandated position that we have to have for compliance issue, right? Because it's written into a grant. Title III, you have to have your director. So things like that, if we could have a note so that we know we don't need to look at those. We might need to refine what the duties are if we're seeing overlap with other jobs that we may see that we don't need or that there is overlap. But again, just to kind of keep that in mind for us.
Yep, we hear
I
you.
got one. I have one question.
Ms. Hannah, go ahead.
Okay, and you got the staff reduction, okay, reductions, and whatever else that you all are going to look at. But I think, in my mind, I'm thinking that before we even get to the reducing of staff, because in my opinion, we already don't have enough staff running the district to do it efficiently. But that's just me. But anyway, we need to look at the consultant contract and get rid of the consulting contracts before we start reducing staff. And all the consultant contracts, the outside use venues, all of that stuff before we start messing with the staff.
We are looking at it all simultaneously. It's not just one. It's not the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart, however, it's late at night. We're looking at them, all of them. And it is prioritization, but it doesn't, one can't come before another. They have to work they have to work together. And so we are looking at that. We are looking at contracts. We're looking at consultants are contracts. So we are looking at that. We're looking on return on investment, what's working, what's not. This is the time we have to do this. If we do not do this, and you, Ms. Hannah, you've been passionate about this.
I ain't gonna stay passionate.
Right, and we want you to. We want you to. But this is part of the process, and this is going to be a process. It's not going to be just done in 1 year. It may go 2 and 3 years. What I can tell you is we do not know the financial state of education at the federal level for funding, nor do we know it at the state level. What we do know is that I had a meeting with Dr. Sanders, who is the superintendent for all of Illinois, and he stated budgets are going to be very tight.
Of course.
And so in doing so, this is not anything that's surprising to us. This is not anything that just hit our door and we're like, oh, wow, this is here. This is something that we have been preparing for through the pandemic because we knew that at some point we were going to get here.
But we
So
kept
do not-
spending, no superintendent.
But we spent what we could afford. We did not spend anything we cannot afford. We are not closing schools. We are not.
Districts have.
Right. There's a lot of things that we're not doing where you see other school districts, they're rifting. I'm not saying we may never have to rift. We are always going to have to right size. And if our enrollment when I came in, I believe was 16,000 and now we're at like high 13,000, we have to think about that. And so we may have at one point needed 10 principals. I'm just using that as an example because I don't want to use teachers. We may only need 8 right now. And so we have to look at it all in totality, not in isolation.
Well, we don't need consultants to tell us what to do. We got enough people here that we are paying every day to do their work, and we don't need to pay consultants to come in, and I just might as well say it, to tell us what job descriptions are. Hell, excuse me, when people got hired, they had job descriptions. And so there was no need for somebody to come in and tell us about job description. You know, that was a waste of money.
And I can respect your opinion. However, there may be other opinions of the board, right? And so they do come up for votes. The board gets to vote on it. I respect your opinion and I hear you. I don't have the same sentiments. I believe that at times we do need consultant because we pay them versus paying an employee to do that work and have to hire them with benefits and then not have a job, and that job's only worth like a 6-month trial. I mean, a 6-month period and not the full. I mean, I do believe consultants serve purposes in specific areas. However, that is my opinion. I think
Ms. Fabian has her hand up.
No, and I agree with the consultants because it's an outside lens. You don't want the person who works in the district to be writing their own and evaluating their own job description or the job description of their colleagues or the person above them. So I agree that there are moments in time when we need consultants so that it is neutral and it is transparent to our community. And it's not Gwen Polk saying, I'm going to reduce these tasks on my job description and put them on Brian's, right? Like there's an outside party that's neutral looking at these things and looking at, you know, where is there overlap? Because sometimes we don't see it either, right? Where they can analyze everything that everyone is doing and say, you you know what, does not align with your goals.
Well, we got
Again, but HR needs that support as well, because who's going to write the job descriptions for HR themselves as well? Like you also, right. But just because that's the way it's always been doesn't mean that that's the way it always should be. And that is why we need to look at, education is always changing. There's mandates that are always coming into play. There's students, the landscape of students and how they behave, how they learn is always changing. So we can't fall back on and rely on, because we've always done it that way, we should continue to do it that way. To me, that's nonsense, because that's not how it works. Like, we have to be forward thinking and start strategizing what's the best for our students in the long term.
If I could say this, we've said this before, that salaries and benefits or total compensation makes up about 75 to 80% of the district's budget. So no matter whether we would like to not look at that, we have to look at that, because when you look at a lot of the cost that is going through accounts payable, the contract, some of those are operational contracts, food service, transportation, those type things, the technology, the, landlines, all of those things. Those are operational costs that we really can't reduce those, because it would impact overall systems, right? So we have to look at all of it together. Staffing and operational costs, contracts. And so the budget process that we currently have in place and has been in place for many years incorporates those three components: contracts, operating costs, and goals, right? And so we have to look at it all, including staffing, which is the largest part of any organization.
And that's what, 80% of our budget?
Yes.
Thank you.
always has been.
Right. And that is why, if it's 80% of our budget and we need to cut back due to funding, we have to look at that. Look at the percentage of it.
Ms. Lindsay.
Only because you said goals. I think that's something as a takeaway for me as a board member, that when we go to set the next set of goals for the superintendent after this review period, we need to be mindful of the cost of that goal and whether it's appropriate for the district at this time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yep. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Polk, and thank you for the feedback. Our next information item is the Academy of Urban School Leadership Agreement, 3-year renewal. Information is presented for your review. Our next item is the Blue Cross Blue Shield renewal of administrative services agreement, which went into effect January of 2026. Our next information item is the Crisis Go Incorporated 3-year renewal. Our next item is the Agility Recovery Contract annual renewal. And our last information item this evening is the Vector Solutions Training, Employee Safety and Compliance Library annual renewal for our safety department. We do have reports there for your information and review. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions, I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. McBride. Second by Ms. Hannah. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned at 10:08.